So we're on a conference call. All right. We're on a conference call. I'm going to put that number up. So on. So on. So real quick, let me before it goes into this next one, let me see if I can catch it before it goes to this next one. So I'm gonna pause that real quick. So there's a scripture. Let me get the scripture for everybody before we even get started. We ain't even got started yet. All right. So we have the Torah portion conference call number up. If anybody that's in here knows the I don't know what that just was. So apparently there was two live streams going on. Yahweh Shema Latah Shabbat Shalom. Apparently there was two live streams going on, and one of them was playing while. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, YouTube crashed. Okay, YouTube crashed. All right, so let's start that one over. I was like, man, that song gonna play itself. I was trying to do a whole narrative, like that song's gonna do itself. Well, we have time. The Most High's will. So share this out if you don't mind, Baba Kashah. I don't know. We should be streaming on YouTube, but our Facebook friends and families, they aren't able to see it. So let's go ahead and get started on the Facebook too. And while we get started on Facebook, I'm gonna bring that back up, man. That song was just that mother was gonna play by itself, right? Watch this. Hebrew Israelite music. All right. And let's pull that one back up. Oh, gotta get that one. Gotta get that one. All right, so I can't screen share because the way my settings are on my laptop, the image is too large. All right, so I got to figure out a way to bring that down, and then once I do that, I'll be able to screen share. Oh, there it goes. All right, Yahweh Shai's prayer, the Lord's prayer. All right, Palala Yahweh. All right, all praise to Yahweh. That's one of my favorite songs. So let's go ahead and play this for a second. I want to play that Fred Hampton. I want to play at Fred Hampton, Give Me a Clean Heart, but I don't own any rights to his music, whatever. I don't know. I really need my own radio show or something. I don't know how. I want to be able to play what I'm thinking and be at the same time without getting monitored or, you know what I'm saying, whatever. So, but we got to do it this way, you know what I'm saying, which it all goes in sync. So, all praise the Most High. So, I'm opening up a second stream and we're going to try to get it cracking. And let's do a separate Facebook. Now, if you're watching on YouTube, I'm gonna ask you to share to your Facebook. Um, and until then, you know, let's just enjoy until it's time to come for the Shabbat. All right. Shabbat shalom. Let's see if I can change the settings and make it to where we can do a screen share. Oh, I think we got it. Oh, yeah, how it's so good. Oh, we got it. It's going down. It's over with. It's up. It's up. All right. So there's that. Hey, shalom, shalom, shalom. All right. Shalom, shalom. Man, that is my song, man. Man, that's my song, man. I ain't gonna stunt, man. That's the Mashpacha song, man. I'm not even gonna stunt, man. That song do something to me because, in all sincerity, that's really how I perceive things. So even with the concept of us being a nation but still being separate, us being a nation but still being divided, Yashar is a nation yet and still, and we're a nation with laws, statutes, and commandments. Ah, judgments. Good job. I can hear you. So we're a nationality that the Most High is giving law, statutes, commandments, and judgments to. So that's what he says. He says law, statutes, commandments, and he says judgments. One of the things about Yashar is we forgot about his judgments, or we weren't taught his judgments. Now we hear it as a phrase, but we're going to hear judgments, my judgments within this week's Torah portion. Looking at the Torah portion, it's the time frame of a season of redemption. The problem with that is that's a scary concept. It's a scary concept because Yahweh's redemption is not necessarily going to be, as far as what we know or what we've seen, a peaceful one in the beginning. All right. So they're always going to be, there's going to be a form of bloodshed. And that's something that we have to keep in mind. If you can hear me well, put a 7 in here. If the music's too loud, put a 3. If the music's too loud, put a 3. If the music's too loud, put a Schneppen. All right. So let me know because I'm working on a new sound system. All right. Working on the setup. So y'all let me know what it sounds like. And if you watch it, make sure you share it on your Facebooks. Make sure you share on your Instagrams. I'm saying make sure you share with your amayim, your abayim, your dogs, your cats, your moms, your dads, your haters, your friends, your frenemies, all right? Because everybody's supposed to hear Lost Testament. Share with your coworkers. You might know how to tell them what I will say, but I do. So, so share out, man. So put a 7 in the room if the sound is too loud. Put a 3 in the room if the sound needs to be adjusted. If it's too loud, all right? Can I be heard? All right? Can I get a confirmation? All right. So there will be bloodshed. There's going to have to be, and we're seeing it. It's already happening around the world. We have earthquakes, we have tornadoes, we have fires, we have light orbs, like just all kind of weird things that happen. All praise. All right. So with that being said, I really needed to know that because next I'm going to be playing Gadite music and it's going to have the drums and I'm going to play, steady music. So I just want to make sure it's swapped. The water. All praise God. Faithful minister. So with that being said, we have to know the time frames that we're going into. So Hamashiach Yahushai, who the world ignorantly and sometimes accidentally calls Jesus Christ, he tells us, he says, how is it that you can see that there's a storm coming, but you can't tell that there's actually, the Son of Man standing in front of you, all right? How can you tell that? How? So it's ridiculous. We got all the signs of Hamashiach's coming in front of us. But we, as a nation, as a people, we should take into consideration what did he instruct us to do. All right. So forgive me. I have a very annoying fly that keeps going around the room. He's just here. He's just there. So he's going to be ministering with us this Shabbat. All right. How do you say fly in Hebrew? How do you say fly in Hebrew? Let's look that up. That's fly. That's fly. All right. So let's look that up. All right. It's going off the top of the head. It's kind of freestyle. Hey, all praise Yahweh. All right, check this out. So Ecclesiastes chapter 10, but let's not do that. Let's actually go to the word. All right. Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 1. All right. Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 1. It says, dead flies cause the ointment of the apothecary to send forth a stinking savor. How? That's not possible. Wait. I know the frankincense and the myrrh, right? So it says, so that the folly of him that is in the reputation for wisdom and honor, so doth A folly. So does a little. Oh, my bad. So does the little folly. So does a little folly is in reputation for wisdom. Wait. So does a little folly him that is in reputation for wisdom and honor. Man, that's a cold cut. Whew. Let's get Ecclesiastes chapter 10. All right. And we're gonna get. I want to see what that word is real quick. Paste. Ecclesiastes chapter 10. All right, and if you're watching online, you should be able to see. If you're on a conference call, you'll be able to listen, but you won't be able to see what we're doing. All right. So let's look at this real quick. I want to see what fly is. I like looking up new things. You know what I'm saying? I like looking up things that, you know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, what is that? All right. All right. 10 and 1. My bad. We in 1. Let's go to 10. Ecclesiastes chapter 10. All right, and we're gonna get started with the Torah portion. But y'all know how it is. The Torah portion, the Torah is an all-day event. The Shabbat is an all-day event. And whenever we come across the Shabbat, you know what I'm saying, we sometimes it's treated as if, it's just time to read. Well, there is a time frame to read. There's a time frame to gather. There's a time frame, which I don't understand why Israelites don't like being together. That is so weird to me. Like, it's just, I don't like that. Just Yashar like always want to be by themselves. Like, that's so weird. Like, as a nation, we gathered together. We heard the laws of the Most High. We became joyous together. We resolved issues. You feel me? We made new friendships. As a nation, we're supposed to always come together. We're supposed to always be together. And it's just interesting to me how, as a culture, we see what the curses are, but we still perpetuate the curses. Like, we see what the curses are, what they did to us, and we still like, I'm still gonna behave like that. Like, that just, boom, just blows my mind. So if we can, we should gather together as a nation because it's fun. It's fun being together. Y'all are old or something. Like, I don't get it. Like, I like being together. So flies, all right. So fly, all right, Zawab, which makes sense, all right, that makes sense. So Zawab, Zabawab, yeah, Zawab. So Zawab, yeah, all right. So Zawab, yeah. So here's the word right here. It's Hebrew 20 or H20 27. I have Zabawab, 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 Zabawab. Oh, Zabawab. Oh, that sounds different now. So in our language, this is the Zion, this is the Bayah, this is the Wawa, and this is the Bayah. All right. So that's how you say it for Hebrew, our language, of course, which I'm pretty sure you hear the word Beelzebub or Zawab or, of the sort. All right. So there you go. New word for you of the day. Lashwan Kwadash. All right. Let's go through it one more time. Zabawab. 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 Can we type that out? Zabawab. Zabawab. Zabawabiyam. Flies, plural. Are flies males or females? Zabawabiyan. Zabawabiyam. All right. So anyway, so let's get to it real quick. I want to get one of those fly shotguns. Have y'all seen those? Those just cool. All right. Zabawab. So that should be in the back chat or whatever you call it whenever people are ready to see it. There you have it. All right. Now, we have a brother named Elder Maharka. All right. Elder Maharka is in the city gates of Cincinnati. And I'm looking for, not Cincinnati, he's in the city gates of, what's he at? St. Louis. And I'm looking forward to getting with him because Quan Mahara has my shofar. All right. When we just said the word Zawabab, it made me think about the correct pronunciation of the word shofar. So many Yasharium pronounce things incorrectly, and it's like a comfortable slang Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? So I don't like talking like that because it's not intelligent. It doesn't help the children to grow. It doesn't help the people to learn correctly around us. So if you talk to Zaquan Maharaka, and if he's passing through, ask him if he can help me with my shofar. All right. So Anya Blacom, let's get it started, man. Call me Asherala. So we got the screen share up. We're streaming live on YouTube. If you're on the conference call, I'm so grateful that you're on. I got the phone charger right here. I got the phone directly in front of me. Salute to everybody that's coming on. Also, I want to ask that if you're listening or if you're watching, will you, Baba Kushal, will you please do something for us? Will you please, Baba Kushal, please, is our other word for the day. Baba Kushal, please. Will you, Baba Kushal, please share out? It's cool that we listen, but I mean, what's the good of that? It's like you just going to an old wooden church every Sunday, just sitting there, just like, I'm here at church, my feet hurt. And nah, man, y'all gotta bring other people in. My feet hurt. You know what I mean? Don't, nah. You gotta bring others in, man. It's the Shabbat. The Shabbat is called a Yawam. Yawam. Yawam is the word for day. They'll say Yom in modern Hebrew. Modern Hebrew is also called biblical Hebrew. So don't let nobody trick you. They be like, oh, I speak biblical Hebrew. They just saying that they speak modern Yiddish. All right. So call me Asherah. Let's get it. All right. Before we get started, man, anybody on the conference call? Y'all want to bring out anything, say anything? I mean, this is I'm glad that you're on. I know everybody doesn't have YouTube, everybody doesn't have Facebook. We have some Israelites that are in rural counties and communities, and words is best. You know, we have some Israelites that are in hospitals. All right, we have some Israelites that are, you know what I'm saying, on a slave ship. You might have your earbuds in. I understand. The Most High understood first. He sold us into captivity. All right. So, you know, with that being said, you know, we have Yashar on the phone. Is there anybody that's on the conference call that want to say anything before we really get to me doing more talking? Mazah?
No, I was saying this is Sister New. I said I just got up here on a conference call, so I'm up here.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom, Sister New. Yahweh Shemar Lathah, double honors to your father and double honors to your mother. Praise the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Why do we say that? Because all men and women were birthed from somebody. So the Most High said, honor your father and your mother, today's may be long. So Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, sister. All praise the Most High for what you do, man. Thank you for helping in the ministry and community. Hey, so what's going on? You want to drop a word or anything?
No, I just got up here. I was just saying, I was speaking things up here.
All right. Well, Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. We supposed to be here. All praise. Hallelujah. Sister New brought the corn slaw. What you bring? Corn slaw? What you corn slaw and beans? What you bring? You look like you. Nah, you brought cake. You brought cake, didn't you? What you bring?
No, I want to bake too, but I didn't bring a cake. I bought some beef ribs.
All praise. She brought beef ribs to the Shabbat in the synagogue. All praise. Hallelujah. All right. Well, Shabbat Shalom, my wife. Do something good for somebody else. And Baba Kushal, please share out, man. Shabbat Shalom. Anybody else want to say anything on the call before we get it? I love this song. This song is so beautiful. I'm going to have to share this link out. This song is so beautiful. Let me go ahead and bring this up, man. I don't know if y'all are familiar with this song, right? It's an old school song. Nobody else? Okay, all praise. Well, if you're on a conference call, I won't be able to hear you very well because we got to get the sound system set up to where you got speakers. But you should be able to hear me. I'll be able to hear you if you get my attention, all right? So once you hear it's quiet enough, get my attention, and I'll be able to, whoopie. So until then, for those of you that's watching online, you should be able to see, what we're doing. So if you're looking for Israelite music, just go to YouTube. Just YouTube Hebrew Israelite music, and it will pull up a whole list of varieties of things you can look up. All right, so it's one of my favorite songs, man. But when the Most High first brought me into the way, you know what I'm saying, I came across this one. Oh man, everything was so gangster. Like what I was listening to at the time, everything was so, it really shows my age. I'm talking about gangster boo. But yeah, everything was LeChat, gangster boo, all that wickedness. So that time, so to see daughters of Yashar Aliyam say polite things, it's hard. Like I was tripping, like what? So anyway, let me get off of that. Shalom. We got OG Genesis Loopy Lane in the building. Shalom, Adawan. Shalom. You want to say anything before we get started out?
I
want to say all praise to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob for still letting us be here. You know, I would like to say peace and love to the 12 tribes of Israel and everybody that's willing to listen to this work. Let's get it. I miss you, boy.
Oh, man.
Everybody that's up there too. You know, it's been a distance going on with a lot of things in the world. So, you know, all praises for the Most High. I mean, I yield.
All right, I already just let everybody know we are all men, we are all women, we're fallible. I make a lot of mistakes, you know what I'm saying? So let me say I apologize to everybody in Israel, you know what I'm saying, for all my shortcomings. My feet stink. I'm a regular dude. So yeah, Loopy, I miss you too, brother. All right, Anyablaka. Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it. Call me Asherala, man. So we gotta fight against what we feel, because in the words of Elder Freedom, our brother Free, you know, some of you, I know him as Free, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know him as what y'all know. I know him as Free. The brother says feelings change, you know what I'm saying? He said, hey man, remember this, feelings always change, man. So don't hold on to them. Say, hey man, that's a good teaching, man. I appreciate that. So so let's get it, man. We got a lot to go over. So if you're watching online, you're gonna see what we're seeing. If you listen on the conference call, Baba Kushar, please share out the number. Enjoy. We're doing this for the nation. We do this for show, not for show. We do this for show. So let's get it. All right. There's so much to go through, man. There's so much to go through. The Torah portion is going to be interesting because it's lengthy. All right. So if you're watching online, here's a very cool website that you can use. All right. It's called First Fruits of Zion. If you go to Google and you just put in this week's Torah portion, it's going to bring up a whole bunch of, you know, everybody's got their own agenda. First Fruits of Zion is why one of the reasons I like using this one is what it'll pull up is First Fruits is really you Yasharali, and we are the first fruits. First of all, remember that. You Israelites are the first fruits, the ones to be gathered after our Savior, Hamashiach Halashai, after he was taken up, which keep this in mind too, because we in teacher mode. It's going up. Yahushua Mashiach was taken up in the chariots. Yep. So when you read about his it's so funny. There were so many things that the Christian church is actually right about. It's like you got to learn and relearn and unlearn and relearn again. It's fire. You know what I'm saying? So the concept of rapture, let's speak about it real quick. The concept of rapture and Ezekiel, Enoch, the Apostle Paul, Masha, and many others all throughout the Hebrew and even right now have witnessed and been taken in experiences that they can't explain. So one of those things are called nimbuses or called the clouds. So when you look at Yahushua Mashiach, you got to do it for yourself. You got to read Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. If you can't read, you can listen. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Just go through the whole thing. It's 4 synapses. It's 4 different pictures that all come together to prove that one man really existed. And then those 4 men named off a whole bunch of people who really existed, who can prove that Christ really did live. So when you put all 4 of the pictures together, it's like, oh, yo, I see so much better now. So point of saying such as to say, when you go through and you get towards the end, you see that Hamashiach Yahushai, when he left with the clouds. 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 Then you got to say, what does that even mean? And it sends you on this journey, and you find out about Monkey King, and you find out about Goku, and you find out about the East Indian cultures who believed in riding and flying chariots. And you're like, oh, this is in the Bible. Oh, wait, Christ was taken up in a UFO. Just that easy. So you don't want to say it like that because it causes people to go into like a shock. But you know what I'm saying? If you look at everything, that's just how it is. So we have all these things going on around the world, man. It's a perfect time for us to be more forgiving, more loving, more patient, to let go. It's a perfect time for us to grow up. All right. So it's also a perfect time to realize that Hamashiach Yahushua is coming, and the Torah portion, all of it goes together. So we have right now what's called the year. Dang, I just did my Parazah Twitch. Oops, I must be in teacher mode. So we I did my Parazah Twitch, for those of you who know. All right. So within this week's Torah portion and within our world, what's going on is everything. And salute to not more. I'm gonna say OG Genesis, Loopy Lane, man. Salute to this brother. Support his page, support his podcast, support his, all of this stuff we do, man, and it's a promotion. The Brew News, the Hebrew News. I seen a video, and it's gonna take us back to where we were going. It's the Shabbat. Don't worry, we got all day. I'm here to teach you and entertain you. Don't worry. You go make a sandwich. It's my turn to teach. Oh, and my judgment is up. Oh, praise God. My official judgment of the time frame is up. Oh, praise God. But it's like, Isaiah Yasharallah, you were Cromwell in the Hebrew, the village. You were teaching anyways. Well, that's because I was called to teach, and then I was instructed to teach, and then I asked other people to teach, and they wouldn't step in. And when I asked them to teach, they was like, you got to do it. Not see that. So then I had to teach begrudging. I was begrudging teaching. I ain't got to want to do it. Sit over there looking like my hard cut, chewing on my lips. But my judgment is up. So it's going up. My sentence is up. 3 years. No rib. No new wives. Uh-oh. Yeah. Let's get back to it. I'm happy. I'm celebrating. I'm also 45. So that's a blessing, man. The Most High let me see 45. That's dope, man. I wanted to read something to you all too, man. So this book right here, we were on the prayer line. We're gonna get back to what I was speaking on as far as Yahushua is coming and what's going on with this week's Torah portion, and also with the Most High. May the 21st, 1980, the Most High allowed me to become 45. So blessings to my mother, to my father who put in the work to bring forth me as a minister from Yahweh's ministry. And that's something else. Everybody, every man is to be given back to the Most High. Every born child, every male born child is to be given back to the Most High. All right. There's an estimation. You have value, men of Israel. You have worth. And this world taught us that we don't have worth. And then because of the curses of the Most High, the woman was put over us. But not for real. It was just an illusion that we had to go through. It was part of the curses. But now there's been a polar shift. Like, I'm not joking. I'm not speaking metaphysically. Oh, I look like Dr. Umar Johnson. I'm not speaking metaphysically. I'm not doing that. Literally. The magnetic poles of the earth and the sun have flipped. That's a problem. See, some people don't understand what that means. If you take two magnets and they do like this, that's pretty cool. They stick together. But when you flip the magnets and they go apart, see, the problem is that just happened within the earth and within the sun. People don't care. It bothers me because that's pretty creepy. That's bigger than creepy. That's like imagine if you came outside and it's a beautiful day and then all of a sudden the sky flashed purple. Like the whole sky turns purple in an instant. Wouldn't that catch your attention? Well, it's the same thing with the polar shift. It's just that since people don't see it, they don't recognize it, but it's causing emotional, it's causing mental, it's causing influxes. Up is going down, down is going up. Reverse controls on people's controllers. They like, oh, I don't know how to do this anymore. Yeah. And negative people are being positive people. The truth is being exposed. Polar shifts are happening. So at the age of 45, the Most High is giving me liberty to speak as such. I think I'm 45. I think so. I've been not remembering my birthday for a long time. I usually get really upset when people tell me about my birthday. I'm like, leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Something different. So at this age, and with the polar shift that the Most High is doing in the celestials, all right? The celestials are the heavens, and the sun, moon, earth, and star. Sun, moon, and earth are all considered to be celestial spheres. Nothing out there is flat. I'm not going to debate nobody. I'm going to teach everybody. I'm going to debate. I'm just not going to do it the way they want to do it. They be cheating. I'm like, you cheating. Y'all be cheating, man. Y'all be cheating. So at this age, this is a book that I want to present to everybody. And within this book, I'm going to have to find it, which I don't have glasses, but it comes to me. So this book is called the Judean Discovery Scrolls. And if you don't know what that means, it's called the Dead Sea Scrolls. And then once I say, like, oh, I heard of that. Oh, yeah, I heard of that. I heard of that. Don't be one of them people that be like, oh, I heard of that. And then you immediately stop learning. So don't be one of them people. Them people suck, man. They're like terrible to talk to. Like, you can't get through to them. It's like trying to You know, it's like trying to look through a foggy mirror. It's like they block you because they think they already know. Within this book called the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Judean Discovery Scrolls, the Judean River, they were discovered and they're scrolls. The Israelites are from the tribe of Judah. So in the other words, the cave that the niggas held their books in, that's what we did. We held our books in the cave. Niggas from the tribe of Judah. So within that cave, there's rules and instructions. And within that, it goes into the bracket of learning how to set up not only our communities, but our camps. The word camp, please, Yashar Alim, stop it. Every time I heard somebody speak against camps, don't let them pollute you with their poison. That's toxicity. I'm not toxic. I can have some stuff inside of me. I'm gonna get it out, but I'm not toxic. And you're not toxic. So don't call yourself toxic. So that's toxic speech when people are speaking against camps. No matter why. Why? Because camps is something that we will always call from the Bible time frame. Let's say Exodus, when the Most High brought the camp of Israel out of Egypt, all the way to the book of Revelation. I believe, what is it? Revelation chapter 20, verse 9. Or I got to pull it up. You know, Revelation chapter 9, 20. Sometimes numbers go backwards in my head, but I know how to get there. I just don't know the address. I'll get you there. The point is, we were always called camps. Even in slavery in the 1800s, on the plantations, which all praise Yahweh by Shem Mashiach Yahweh, plantations burning down. And then one of my beloved brothers, Johan, you know what I'm saying? He's Wadanat. I apologize. I just messed up the name. My words are going different directions. But his specific tribe is the tribe of the plantation that was burned down. Look, there's so much beautiful information to bring out, and I'm so grateful to be able to speak to you. So, a lot for listening. The scripture says that the Most High doesn't like a wise man that's not saw that. I ain't saying I'm wise, but I'm saying it sucks to not be heard. In this book, we were always called camps. In this book, in the 1800s, and in the Bible, we were always called camps. Agents came into Israel with negative speaking and started talking about the camps. The word camp is makanah. It means the entire congregation. And then when you break that word down, that word means church. And then when you break that word down, that word means army. So stop speaking against the army of Yahweh. So within the community scrolls, this is called the rules section. Man, I did all this prepping today by Habakkuk in this morning, and I didn't look for no glasses. That's funny, right? All right. No sex on the Sabbath. You got to document it. No sex on the Sabbath right here. Just no sex on the Sabbath. I know somebody like, read that. How about after class? Man, I should have got some ayanya. Sorry for that. All right. Bye. I don't give up either. Man, that's crazy. Even if I could find it right now, I can't read it because I can't see it. Oh, never mind. The Lord provides. Here we go. All right, let's get it. All praise. So this is called the community rules. So there's a brother that's called Saskumar Kumar, also named Banyarak. All right, Quatazop is another brother, and each one of these friends and families that we know that stand under the banner of Levi. All right, now I'm going to say not Guerrilla Hebrew, not so-called chief high priest, not my so-called, not my elder. It's my peer. You my peer. So not Guerrilla Hebrew. All right. But unless that man repents and reforms and be like, you know what? I whoopty whoopty woo, man, the Most High broke me all the way down, and I'm on the upswing now, and it might take then, because repentance is for everybody, even a Bati boy, even a sodomite. All right, repentance is for everybody, even a you know what I'm saying, a murderer. You know what I'm saying? I mean, an adulterer, it sucks, man. You know what I'm saying? Man, these things are terrible. Which adultery is worse than murder. Remember that. So if that be the case, then yeah, welcome to Achin. But you ain't doing no Levite chief, man. It's gonna take a Mashiach Yahushua, Hashem Mashiach. I ain't gonna say it's gonna take, you know what I'm saying, the will of the Father for me to be like, oh yeah, you a real Levite. Till then, I'm like this. I'm like, all right. So let's get to it real quick. So it's the community scrolls. It says, now this is pertaining to the camp. Listen well, Yasharallah. This is for your edification. The men of the army shall be from 40 to 50 years old. I'm 40. That means I get to be in the army. I get left to that. I kind of been mocking, you know what I'm saying, mocking Yasharallah, Mao, boot camp. Oh, yeah, cool. Try, bro, try. Right? So, okay, that's kind of okay. So the men of the army shall be from 40 to 50 years old. The inspectors of the camps, that sounds beautiful to me. Because when we were separated, we were broken up, and we had to be in these parts, this division, we were in camps. And if you participated, and I encourage everybody, go to the Hebrew Israelite Summits. What y'all thought I was a hater? I just, most I said, gather yourself together, nation I desire, go and get an experience. All right, go and learn what it's like to be around all Yasharalium and the whoop, whoop, whoop. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. All right, so fulfill the prophecies. All right, because we have to in these seasons. We have to. All right, but let my life be an example. All right, whether it be good or bad, whatever. Everyday Hebrews, man. Let's get it, right? So, camp. The inspectors of the camp shall be from 50 to 60 years old. The officers shall be from, I don't know if they say 30, yes, say 40. Okay, so the officers shall be from 40 to 50 years old. And the despoilers of the slain, the plunderers of the booty, the cleansing of the land, the keepers of the baggage, and those who furnish the provisions shall be from 25 to 30 years old. So in our nationality, the African American culture, when we came through and we was tearing up other nations' stuff, when we came through and we was wrecking shop, and we was whooping the Zulus, and we was whooping the Bantus, I don't know, I ain't gonna say, I ain't gonna go there because that's kind of like me throwing, I ain't gonna do that. So, because I still don't know, because Sash Kumar, he's rocking with me on that, you know what I'm saying? On us being Bantu or not based off of name. But some of these Negroes, they be like, I'm Bantu. Like, Carlos, stop it. You are not Bantu. You are Carlos Jenkins. Stop it. So some of these Negroes are not. But some of the brothers that got stolen in captivity and slavery in India, you know, they do come from that name. You know what I'm saying? So what can I say? But anyway, back to it. So these young men of our nationality are supposed to be the jack boys. Whenever we went through and we was, you know what I'm saying, like our brothers wearing the shiesty, you don't see, you know what I'm saying, not too many older men in their 40s, which, you know what I'm saying, I'm a warrior. I'll put a shiesty on if need be. You feel me? Especially, y'all see these. Never mind. So, but whenever we went to war to whoop these other nations, the men that were these young men that you see out here, these young lions of Israel, we got to protect them because they were the ones that whenever my age was out there, Maharka's age, because Maharka's 50 now, right? So let's see, according to the law of the camps, y'all see how deep this goes? It's fun. It's fun. Look, watch this. I can do this whole book just on the subject of camps. So don't get caught up in one, you know what I'm saying, one energy, one vibration of people pumping and make you start saying the same thing. Hey man, these camp. No, it ain't the camps. It was that one wicked Negro that's a part of our entire nationality. It was that one wicked woman that's a part of our entire camp. So with that being said, that was fun. All right. So at the age of 45, I'm still supposed to be out here banging. I got 5 more years to put in work. The Most High will. I ain't even made it to a counselor's age. Maharka 50. Yo, Maharka 50. Yo, Maharka. That's why he started changing. That's why Maharka attitude started changing. Okay, so I know that y'all know him and y'all see him, and he be like, always like y'all Maharka always going in, right? Like that's but there's the element of him that's the background that a lot of people haven't seen. Like I got to ride with him intimately, you know what I'm saying? So I've seen a development, a growth process. So he's 50, man. So let's read that again, man. Nah, after class. All right. So that was fun. All right. So at this age, 45, that the Most High has me at, you know, and I'm off my Masharai Yashala suspension, which I got a call from Shower Park. I got a text from Shower Park. I was like, why am I getting a text from Shower Park? Maybe it's got to do with this. Maybe it's got to do with that. So anywho, all right. So that was fun. All right. So perfect timing on that. All right. Does anybody have any questions, man? We're gonna get into the Palali. We're gonna get into the prayer. I'm gonna actually play the audio of Yahushai's prayer. Okay. So if you're watching on YouTube, you'll be able to see it. Here's the page right here at the screen. All right. Here's the link. I'm gonna copy paste the link because I love giving people props for their works. Man. I don't take people credit. I don't do that. That's bogus. All right, shalom to everybody that's rocking and watching. If you on here, guess what? It ain't enough people on. Y'all should. If you on here, you should have brought somebody else in. What you doing here alone? You just sitting here in the synagogue, chilling, doing what? No, I just mess with you. No, so make sure y'all share the link out. All right, help other Mashpachayim to come in. All right, and if you listen on the conference call, make sure you share it out. All right, so let's go. Anybody want to bring anything out? Anybody on the conference call? It's quiet. I want to give y'all a place to speak. Because I'm probably about to be going in the spirit till
God, Shalakia, you were saying something about camps, right? So wasn't Yahweh shot in the camp?
Yes, he was. Matter of fact, wait, hold on, wait. Please, I was saying something. I was saying something about camps. What's up? I was saying something about camps. So why did you ask? Wasn't Yahushua in the camp?
For the simple fact, people have a bad stain when it comes to camps, you know, or listening to camps or talking about camps. There's always a bad stain, and I'd be like, well, wasn't so-called Jesus? Wasn't he by himself? You know what I'm saying? I yell on that. I got dogs in the background.
Oh man. Miss you. All right, it's a Shabbat. Can't be sad on Sabbath. All right. So check this out. We're gonna do this real quick, everybody. All right. So the brother asked the question, and I think that was a very good question, right? Wasn't Yahushai a part of a camp? Was Yahushai a part of a camp? I believe he was. Let's go to Judges chapter 5 real quick. Let's look at this. So yes. So as a nation, no, we should not be speaking bad about the camps, the whoop, and then going in on the subject matter. Now I understand if it's some people that does wickedly, or if it's some people that just, you know what I'm saying, it's just some wolves in sheep clothing. Like, Yahushai got all the jokes. If you thought you was funny, you think of your favorite funniest comedian. Who you think gave them the skills? All wisdom is of the Lord. The Most High in the power of. Go ahead.
You asked who was a big comedian. I said Dave Chappelle.
Dave Chappelle. Salute to Dave Chappelle, man, who also knows that we are the Eladim Yashar Allah, Bashar Mashak Awashai. And that's awesome. Dave Chappelle is so creatively genius, man. The dude just, he is a great example of somebody who stuck to his craft, right? So, you know what I'm saying? He's an excellent, you know what I'm saying? He's just good. He coded what he do. So he's witty. He knows how to, he can boomerang a joke. He'll set it up here, run you all the way through all this funny stuff, and then bow, bring it right back to where he reminded you of what he said the first time. See, that's what's so cold. See, the Most High does that. The Most High is a constant reminder. He's a constant reminder. He continually tells us the same thing over and over. The Bible repeats itself, and some people can't stand it. right? If you think about the funniest comedian, Dave Chappelle, all wisdom is of the Lord. The Most High is hilarious. The Most High is hilarious. All right. So, for hey, my shot of Golden Lion, Shalom, Kwame Yasharala, come. Shalom, Madawan. You right on? You right on time. What's the word, sir?
I didn't know late.
What? No such thing. A man's comings and goings are of the Lord, and who can know them? Homie, ain't no. Hey, the scripture says that we be here. No, so no such thing, Saint. Welcome. Come.
Another nigga I haven't seen, you know, what's his name? Griffin.
What's his name again? Eddie Griffin.
Yeah, Eddie Griffin. My bad, Eddie Griffin.
You ain't say nothing wrong. Me and you speak the same language. Eddie Griffin is hilarious because Eddie Griffin is a storyteller, man. He does a great job of keeping it real, man. Eddie Griffin's actually from a place that is very, very near to me, which is Kansas City. You know, Kansas City. You know what I'm saying? 40 Deuce, you know what it is. AGT, South 42nd Street. You know so, but Kansas City is a very creative place. And Eddie Griffin, man, the way that he tells his jokes, you know what I'm saying? He makes the people think politically, and then he says, sometimes, sometimes it's stuff. So he reminds me of my uncles. I'll be like, oh, that's Uncle Eddie walking through here saying something crazy. But yeah, so again, all of this creativity, all of these things came from the Most High. You know, all of this wisdom is of the Lord, you know what I'm saying? So the funniest comedian you think of, you know what I'm saying? The Most High got all the jokes, all right? So even in the scriptures, he roasts us. Like, he even roasts Israel. You know what I'm saying? The Most High roasts us. Yahushua, he roasts us. So we got to know that, you know, when we hear these things, you know, they're here for our benefit. You know what I'm saying? They're here also to show us, you know, like, hey, you're really my children. You know, y'all act like me. All right. So I'm gonna pause on that. Let's go somewhere else with this. So the brother asked the question, wasn't Yahushua a part of a camp? Khan, absolutely. So the word camp again, machanah. All right. It's the government. It's the entire assembly. All right, that word breaks down in the church. That word breaks down in the army. You know what I'm saying? Just going through the Browns, Rikers, Briggs, going through the etymology, Blue Letter Bible, putting all those things together, those words line up. So when you look at Yahushua, Hamashiach, right, who the world ignorantly sometimes accidentally calls Jesus Christ, he was in the Old Testament. Christ appeared and he spoke to us a lot of times, right? Abraham and Sarah, Shirah, they had jokes, right? They the original Def Comedy Jam. She up in the house eavesdropping. Oh, Nosy Rosie in there listening through the window. Oh, Nosy Rosie listening. She's supposed to be in there making food. She in there talking about, yeah. She like, these things gonna give. I'm not gonna be too funny, but not too funny, but too descriptive. But she says, what, these breasts, you know, are gonna give milk. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and then when you read the scripture, it says she laughed. You know what I'm saying? She laughed. But then when you play it out in your head, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, that's a really funny scene. You know what I'm saying? She in there and she mocks and she laughs at herself and she even designates her 90-year-old breast. You know what I'm saying? Not her 20-year-old breast, not her perkies. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Her experienced mothers. You know what I'm saying? So, but the way his word is hilarious. So, yeah, man, I love his word, man. His word is just so much element to it. And, you know, once we put it into play in our lives, you know what I'm saying, make it to the best Netflix show you've ever seen. You know what I'm saying? Listen to the scriptures and close your eyes for like a week. See what happens. All right. But let's go back to this. So Joshua chapter 5, let's go up to verse 10. Joshua chapter 5, verse 10. All right. Now, remember, this is the time frame after the death of Mashah, after the death of Moses. And now our next leader is from the tribe of Apodium, the tribe of Ephraim, which I do believe that the Taino Indians, the so-called Puerto Ricans, do hold lineage, even with the hatred that there is a Latino / Negro dislike that's there, but that's only because of the curses. Moses said that at a certain time that Judah shall no longer vex Ephraim, and Ephraim shall no longer envy Judah. All right, so that's a characteristic that they just proves we're Israelites, right? So if we was all working together, then we wouldn't be under the curses. There has to be some form of argument, some form of separation. You know, outside we would just save ourselves, right? Everybody will just gather together and be like, we figured it all out. We don't need God. what I'm saying? We can't do that. You know what I'm saying? He's got to keep us mixed up a little bit. We got to just take a deeper look at these curses. All right, see what it is. So Deuteronomy. Joshua chapter 5, verse 10. Wahayaladim Yasha Allah, and the children of Israel encamped in Gilgal. That's a location. And kept the Passover on the 14th day of the month at even in the plains of Jericho. Now, something that's really interesting about this right here is there was a question that was proposed to me earlier about even. All right, there was an Israelite that doesn't believe that the even in the morning were the same, or that the night or the next day begins at the same time that the sun goes down. Well, it does. So some believe that the next day pertaining to the Shabbat actually starts when the sun comes up. Well, that's technically true, but it's not correct. It's not all the way true. Remember, half of a truth is a whole lie. I've done that before. I've told half of a truth, and then I figured out a way around it. I was like, well, don't tell half of the truth. Just don't tell them nothing. So half of a truth is a whole lie. So the point is, I can't break the momentum. Let's stick with it. So so when we're looking at this, what we have to see is that let's take a step back. I want to show you this again because sometimes it goes a little fast. So even, right? So there's some that believe that the Shabbat begins when the sun rises. Well, that's halfway true because the Shabbat day begins when the sun rises. But remember, when the Most High began everything in creation, he didn't begin with a day. It was night. It was dark. It was complete darkness. It was nothing. And out of that nothing, he said, let there be a war. Let there be light. So therefore, darkness was first. And then light came afterwards. So that time frame of switching is like when you go from being 44, I guess. I don't know. I'm still working with the whole numbers thing. He's like, I'm 44. I'm about to be. And somebody said, how old you are? Let's do a little kid age, like children. They say, how old are you? 7. All right. But but see, that child is waiting, expecting to be 8 one day. 7, and then you're going to be 8. I'm going to be 8. Yeah, come on. So how are you right now? I'm 7. I'm 7.5. See, that 7.5 marker actually does matter. If you don't believe me, go and look at a clock. Why would it say 1:32? That 30-minute marker, the halfway marker, really matters because it's a divider, and you can actually see that divider in the sky whenever you watch. So observation of the sky is important. It's very important. So the word that we have here for evening is Arab. Arab. Ayan is the first character that's here. If you're watching online, the character that's not lit up is Ayan. It's the symbol for the eyeball. And then you have the second character, which is the Ra'ash, which is the symbol for the head. And then the Bayat is the symbol for the house. Arab. All right. So Arab literally says even, evening, night, mingled people, eventide. Arabia stands for also. It's used also for days. All right. And then also it says evening with evening, eventide. Now, if you don't know what we just read from how many times it's counted in the Bible and how many ways it's used in that context. So in the form of the word Arab being used as evening, like nighttime, as when the next day begins, it's used 72 times. At even, for the word for just things being straight. Because when you think about Arab, evening, you have to think about a level. This night and day. And you can see it if you've been a stargazer, if you've been, a brother like myself or a sister like you all. There's a certain line that goes across the sky, and you can watch it move, and the stars will be on this side, and the rest of daylight will be on that side. And we have too much light pollution, and sometimes we just got too much stuff on our mind. But it's so beautiful that even in the case of being inebriated, a man or a woman can stand outside and see the invisible line that's going across the sky where Arab is that way. And then when that line hits all the way, what's called the horizon, now you are what's called even or evening or night. This is the exact same time that the next day begins, but it's not the daylight part of the day. A night and a day are both consisted of equal parts, during certain time frames, you know what I'm saying, depending on how the ecliptical works, you know what I'm saying, when are we? But the point of saying such is to say there's some Israelites that don't believe that, that the Shabbat begins at nighttime. And what that does is that causes them to continually sin, continually have sex, continually buying, continually selling. I'm going to stay a little bit longer. I'm going to go to the club. It ain't it's the Sabbath. Don't start till the sun come up. It's a lie and it's excuse. It's a lie and it's an excuse. that allows Israelites to continue and not shut down when the sun goes down. So don't believe the lie. Don't believe the hype. All right. Ask somebody like OG Genesis, Loopy Lanes, who studies astronomy. All right. Ask somebody like your local elder. And if you don't get the answer, you look, don't just get one answer, get multiple answers and then compare them. All right. And the Holy Spirit give it to you. So let's get back to this. So this is Joshua chapter 5, verse 10. And this goes back into the question. I hope that they answered the other Israelites' question, or at least touched on it on the evening and the morning, the same. And people can come with all kinds of scriptures they want. But, you know, I mean, the scripture is always going to line up with the sky. It's always going to line up with science. The scriptures are always going to line up with science. All right. So at this time, the children of Israel encamped. We go to that word camped. We can look that up, but let's not do it right now because I want to get to the subject. But there you go. So the children of Israel encamped in Gilgal and kept the Pesach, the Passover, which also proves that we slaughtered animals and we drained the blood and we roasted it and we ate flesh. So Israelites were not vegans. You could choose to be a vegetarian, but once a year you had to eat lamb. Kept the Passover on the 14th day of the month at even. There's astronomy again, 14th day of the month at even. That's literally a calendar. So that's literally a designation for a calendar. All right. In the plains of Jericho, and that's geography, that's location. Okay. In case you all don't know, the plains of Jericho. Jericho was a very beautiful place for us. It was full of palm trees, frankincense, and myrrh trees also. So it smelled amazing. It smelled like frankincense, myrrh, and barbecue. We loved living in Jericho. Y'all gotta look into it. Watch this. And they did eat the old corn of the land on the morrow after the Pesach, the Passover, unleavened cakes and parched corn in the self same day. And the manna ceased on the morrow, and after they had eaten the old corn of the land, neither had the Yalad and Yash'ala, the children of Israel, manna anymore. But they did eat of the fruit of the land of Canaan that year. And it came to pass when Joshua was by Jericho that he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, let's stop right there. So this is going to show us another example of Yahushai in the Old Testament. There are many angels and all kind of apparitions and, you know what I'm saying, all kind of things that's mentioned in the Bible. But whenever it comes to certain, I can use the word apparitions, but whenever it comes to certain, no, let's not use the word apparitions. Whenever it came to certain divine interventions, you will see that there's a certain angel that's always designated. He's always respected a little bit higher than, you know what I'm saying, and you know, this is just, you know, and the word of the Lord came unto me. Okay, that could be an angel. That could be a messenger. That could be, but there's always one that said, take your shoes off in my presence. Uh-oh. So I like to petition to everyone that Hamashiach Yahushua, who the world ignorantly and sometimes accidentally calls Jesus Christ. One second. The one that the world ignorantly and sometimes accidentally calls Jesus Christ is the same divine intervention, the same entity, the same voice that spoke to Moses at Mount Sinai. The burning bush was not God Almighty. And when you read in Paleo Hebrew, Lashon Kodash, which I really want to do some playing around on the board, the word, he doesn't say I am that I am. He says I will be what I will be. I will be that I will be. I will be that I will be. And if I come in the form of a burning bush, or if I come in the form of a great military general telling an old man and an old woman, who I've been watching y'all your whole life, you know who I am, don't you, Abraham? And Abraham said, Lord, if you find but 10 righteous, will you still destroy? Let me ask you a question. Abraham was a king. Everybody knew Abraham. Everybody respected Abraham. Abraham just whooped all of the armies that kidnapped his nephew. Whooped everybody. So Abraham was received by the king Shechem. Not King Shechem. Sorry, I was Shechemites. His name escapes me at the time, but you all know what I'm referring to. I asked the Holy Spirit give his name back to him. So he was received of Melchizedek, the Wadi Yahweh. So with Abraham being received of Melchizedek, him being a great king, what does it look like Abraham just calling a common man Lord? So Abraham knew who Yahushai was when he presented himself to him, because he was a friend of God. He was a messenger of the Most High. And even the designation of his glory, even the designation that Abraham gave to him, giving him a sacrifice when he came. So Hamashiach Yahushua has presented himself throughout the Torah in so many different ways, and his name can also be found as the word Ahth, A-H-T-H. It'll be two characters. It'll be, let me show you real quick, because we got to draw a race board. It's up now. All right, so if you all can see this, I hope so. All right, so this character right here is the symbol of strength, all right, Alap, all right. And of course, it's the ox's head. And let me see if I go to my screen share. Make sure everybody can see this like I can see it. All right. Kind of time. Oh, yeah, y'all can see that. That's kosher. So this is the symbol of the ox's head. It's the Alap. It's the Ahth, right? So it's the same one that look like this, and then it come down like that, and then it's like a squiggly line. You know what I'm saying? It's the Jewish one is like that, right? I did not draw that right. I did not draw this one correct. But this is the Alap, right? So when you're looking in the Old Testament, you're looking for Yahushua, the first character for strength, right? Alap. And then you have the very last character, which is the Tah, right? So these two characters, right? The first and the last two characters of Paleo Hebrew make a specific sound. You have Ah and you have Fa. Af, 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 Af. So when Yahushua HaMashiach said, I am the beginning and I am the end, I am the Alpha and I am the Omega, that wasn't in Greek. I am the Alap and the Tah. I am the Ahth. I am the Ahth, which is really cool. It's really so cool. It's a lot that goes into that. All right. But the point of saying such is to say is that when you look in the Lashon Kodash, when you look even in the modern Hebrew, you will see the word Ahth is there in the Old Testament. So the name of Yahushua has been there for so long, and it boggles me how Old Testament only, I don't care who you are, how Old Testament onlys don't believe in Yahushua, and he's like right there. He's like right there. It makes no sense to me. I don't get it. It's so weird. So if you OT only and you read in Hebrew, how you don't see him? Because Hamashiach was sent to be a stumbling block for many. All right. All right. So it looks like we had a good time frame. All right. I said I was going to play this, and I was going to read this, and I was going to do whoopty whoopty whoop. This is, as you all have known or seen, all right, I'm on Instagram, but I'm not on Instagram. I'm not on Instagram. Not your kid. Nope. Not me. So, yeah. But on here, this is an image that, you know, a lot of people, and I'm so glad that this specific page was saved. I'm so glad that this page was saved. And let me see if I can pull it up for everybody. I got to find this image, and we're going to, boom. All right, get my big head out the way. All right, there we go. All right, Kwame Yasharallah, all praise the Most High, Hashem, Hashem. All right, so a lot of you have seen this. A lot of you have, some of you have not seen this. All right, so for those of you that haven't, let me check. Yeah, I'm not gonna go. It's already been done, so we're gonna finish out. We're gonna finish it out. All right. So the same characters that we're writing on this board, right, are the same characters that's up here, which is the same characters that our people spoke before the transatlantic slave trade. All right, and even after the slave trade, we still speak this language. Now, some people, they have an issue with it because they have, you know, a learning block. But for others, if you just kind of look at it and accept it for what it is, it makes perfect sense. We have always been a language that spoke in codes. We have, wait, what did I just say? What did I just say? We have always been a language that has spoken code. We have always been a nation of people that have spoken in other languages and in codes. So it'll be fun if you learn the Lord's Prayer in Paleo Hebrew. So a lot of us have heard this song, but this is what it visually looks like. And it's so interesting because when we read it, it's not the same way that it's actually written here. This is incorrect. Even this is incorrect. So maybe one day I'll write it out on the board. Salute to my elders, Zaquan, Nathaniel, Zaquan Padazah. But yeah, man, the Lord's Prayer. All right. So I'm gonna pull up the Torah portion, man. I'm just having fun. It's good, dude. It's good, dude. I kind of like I ain't really like I'm kind of like on the shores. Like I just rode my little boat back. Actually, I didn't even row my boat. I think I got picked up from the Isle of Patmos. You know what I'm saying? So now that I'm over here, man, let's get it. Let's have some fun, man. All right, so Torah portion time. All right, Leviticus chapter 25 is what we have. So I'm gonna pull that up, and also I'm gonna say Yahushai's Palau, Yahushai's prayer. All right, and if nobody's experienced in it, which I know all of us should be by now, at least you get to hear it for the first time. All right, so now. Man, that's so hard, man. That's so hard, man. That is so hard. Like I don't get it. I don't understand why people have a problem with loving this walk. Like it's so freeing, man. It's a lot of crazy stuff. You might go to jail a couple times, but it's really freeing. All right, so I'm gonna share this video just in case you're not hip to it. All right, they sing out the Lord's Prayer, and I think it might be even Boys to Men. I'm not sure. Somebody knows who sings it, but when I first heard it, I was like, did y'all know Boys to Men is in the truth? Yeah, Boys to Men is in the truth. They got a whole song in Yahushai's prayer. And please don't nobody get on here. Please don't nobody say to me, I already heard that. I already don't say that to me. But you can if you want to. But all I'm fairly doing is introducing to Yasha Alim that may just now be coming the truth, or maybe they just missed it. All right. So there's the Nagayanayim, there's a song, but for you and I, what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually say Yahushai's prayer together. All right. So I'll get started. First, I'm gonna start. Now, according to 1 Kings, we should face east, Jerusalem. But the scriptures also say, I will bless the Lord at all times. All right. Hallelujah. 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 Kodash, 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 holy, holy, holy. Kodash, 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 holy, holy, holy. Kodash, 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 holy, holy, holy is the Lamb. Ath, Allahaya Nawa, Bahasham, Mashiach Yahweh. The water Abba Kalata, Nathan, Kalata, Aisha. Thank you, Father, for what you've done and all that you have given. Baba Kusha, Salak, Nawa, Katayim, Wakala, Abiyam, Katayim, Wakala, Mashbakayim, Yashala, Kalapa'ayim. Please forgive me of all my sins and all of our fathers for all of their sins and all their sins of the children of Israel throughout our time. But open shot Nathan now, please give to us your Torah, by love now in our hearts, while you dayim and in our minds, while Babakusha, and please bless all the children of Israel, while Bawa'ala Abayam, while Chabad Abayam to come and honor their fathers, while Amayam and their mothers. Wa Kalata Dabar, Kalha Pa'im, and all that you say to us throughout all time. Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. Please allow the reading of your word to be manifested and give your encouragement. Baruch Kusha, for allowing your people to still be alive. For those of us that are still alive, please allow us to be you so we can glorify you. The water of Salaka Nawa, the water, power of Hashem, I think that sneeze was a confirmation. All right. So, starting off with Yahushai's prayer, I'll just say it commonly in English. For those of you who know the Torah twins, if you don't know the Torah twins, I'd like to introduce you to them. Lakam and Malak, these two men of Israel, they were reading the prayers from our elders, I think, before they even had beards. So, a lot of people don't know how trained and how special and powerful and anointed the Torah twins are. You know, they really grew up in houses with their Zaquanium, you know, sleeping from everything from outside the floors to in cars to, you know, traveling all over, you know, at young ages. The Torah twins are some amazing men who stand up and read. They were standing up. I watched them. They were standing up reading the law of Yahweh before they even had beards. I got to keep saying it because they're just so dope, man. Before they even had beards, they were standing up and reading the law of Yahweh for hours, you know, So those two men should not be overlooked. All right, they're worthy of their ministry that they put out there because they put in work that you all just haven't known yet. So those two men, they know how to read the Palal Hawashai's prayer. They know how to do a lot of different prayers. So if anybody would like any Paleo Hebrew prayers or prayers, also contact the brother Shabar, Sons of God. Shabar has a lot of prayers also that are in Lashwan Kodash. All right. So let's go through this real quick. So as we read this, all right, this was known to us as Yahushai's prayer, and it should be like pretty much the perfect prayer, right? So the prayer that we, if you don't know what to say, if you don't know anything, just know Yahushai, he left a layout for us. Matthew chapter 6, verse 9, right? So Matthew chapter 6, verse 9 through verse 13, it reads, "Our Father, which in heaven, holy be your name." Now, I'm reading it from right here because you're going to see it's going to read differently. But even in the course of reading it differently with this, even this isn't still correct. People are just using this as a copy paste, and it's not an accurate for real breakdown, but it's good enough. All right. So, "Our Father, which in heaven, holy be your name, Yahweh Most High. Your kingdom come, your will be done in earth as be in heaven. Give us bread all day. Forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors, and not lead us in temptation, but deliver us from evil. For to you the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen." Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. And we always want to read the word of Yahweh with reverence and respect. If you have a thought or ridicule in your mind, keep your mouth shut until the reading of the word of Yahweh is done. And I'm even telling myself that. So according to how it's written, Matthew chapter 6, verse 9, we see it over here. And I really like the way that Yakel 777 did that, man. Salute, man. That was pretty dope, bro. All right, so Matthew chapter 6, verse 9 through verse 13, KJV, "After this manner, therefore, pray ye, our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power forever. Amen." When we read it up top in Lashon Kodash and Paleo Hebrew, it sounds completely different. So let's go through the sounds, but we're not going to make this into a class because I really do want to break this down and be like, there should be a separation right there. And the disconnect should be right there, but they didn't use it. So really what you're doing. But let's just read it. So Abanawa, I'll read it with you. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Haya, Shamka, Yahweh, Malakwatka, Taba'a, Ratzaka, Haya, Aisha, Ba'aratza, Kawa, Haya, Bashemayim, Natan Lanawa, Lacham, Kal, Yawam, Wasalach Lanawa, Cha, Wab, Wath Nawa, Cha, Wab, Wath Nawa. That one's kind of hard. Chawab Wath Nawa. Kasalach Nawa. Chawab Wath Yanawa. Wala'a Dabaya Nawa. Banasayawan. Abal Hawashai Nawa. Mayan Rai Kai Wala Tabiya Nawa Banasayawan Abal Hawashai Nawa Mayan Rai Kaya Laka Hamalakwath Waha'ala Wahatapa'arath La'aim Walamyam Bahasham Hamashayach Yahawashai the water the Yah man. All right, you got me on that one, Masha. You got me on that one. You got me on that one. All right, congratulations, man, to my Banaf Rapaya, man. My daughter Rapaya, man. She just graduated high school, and she could do that longer than anybody. She does it the longest. All right, so throughout, so everybody, that's Yahweh Shai's prayer. You know what I'm saying? Kind of just broken down a little bit, just reading it in all three forms. But when you go through it, it's actually pronounced. It's actually broken down phonetically different with the syllables, like the syllables. You know, so whenever we're reading this chart, you know. If I'm talking about it, maybe I should just make a new one. How about I do that? All right. So let's get to it. All right. Any questions, comments before we start? I'm gonna leave the floor open for a moment. All right. No questions, comments before we get started. Let me look online, see if anybody. Oh, that's way too small for me to see. All right, let me check out these comments, man. Let's rock real quick. All right. Yup, Torah portion. Yo, you can't make this stuff up. Shalom, Shalom, man. Shalom, Manawan. Shalom. Hey, spoke up in there, Shofar. There's Shofar. Shalom. Daughter Zion, Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, daughter Zion, Shabbat Shalom. Oh, praise. All right. All right. So the portion looked good to me. All right, let's get to it. We're gonna pull up our Gadite Naviana, our study music, and we'll get started. All right. Now be mindful, y'all know my almost from the tribe of Gad, so I listen to a lot of Gadite music. It's kind of just something that I do. So helps me to think. I like the drums. The drums help me to study, you know. And then if you remember when we were children, like we used to play with rattles, right? Y'all remember playing with rattles? And y'all too grown for me, or y'all too grown for me. All right. So if it's too loud, put a 3 in here. If it's good, put a 7 in here. All right. Sometimes I can't tell from my end. If it's good, put a 3 in here. I'm sorry, if it's good, put a 7 in here. If it's too loud, put a 3 in here. All right. All right, let me know. How's it sound? Is good? 7? Okay, all praise. Okay, hallelujah. Also, reading rhythmically helps me also. So all praise on Most High. Hallelujah. The water for that. All right. Let's go ahead and begin. All right. Leviticus chapter 25. I'm going to start with verse 1. And it reads, And Yahweh spake unto Mashah in Mount Sinai, saying, Speak unto the Yeladim of Yasharal, and say unto them, When ye come into the land which I give to you, then ye shall keep the Shabbat unto Yahweh. 6 years thou shalt sow thy field, and in 6 years thou shalt prune thy vineyard, and gather in the fruit thereof. But in the 7th year there shall be a Sabbath of rest unto the land, a Sabbath for Yahweh. Thou shalt neither sow thy field nor prune thy vineyard. That which is grown of its own accord of thine harvest, thou shalt not reap, neither gather the grapes of the vineyard undressed. For it is the year of rest unto the land. And the Shabbat of the land shall be meat for you, for thee, and for thy servant, and for thy maid, and for thy hired servant, and for thy stranger that sojourneth with thee, and for thy cattle, and for the beasts that are in thy land, shall all the increase thereof be meat. Leviticus chapter 1, I'm tripping. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 1 through verse 7 is a basic introduction of the Most High telling us to not enslave ourselves, not only ourselves, but not to enslave our land. In case you don't know, the land that we are from is Yerushalayim. But if we pick up and take these principles everywhere we go, then we would receive the same harvest. We would receive the same reaping benefit. The Most High loves a cheerful giver. Give and I'll give back to you. Press down, shake together, run over. Shall man pour into your bosom? I shall open up the storehouse of heaven and pour out a blessing. See, we know all these tropes. We know all these words. We know these things. We've heard them. And there is a real practice application in them. There's a real practice application in tithing. There's a real practice application and a real virtue, like the woman who got healed when she had the issue of blood. She touched the master's fringes. She touched his feathers, which is why I'm wearing feathers today. I'm actually going to take this one off. I don't feel like, I don't take it off. But Yahushua Mashiach, he wore feathers. Now, I'm not saying he wore these feathers, but today I'm wearing feathers and leather and beads, and they're different colors. You have blue, you have purple, you have scarlet, you have green, you have gold, and these are the different colors of Yasharallah. You have the 3 holy colors. Now I'm cold. I done took my little scarf off. I done got cold. You keep me warm. You keep me warm. That's my song. Man. You keep me warm. So, Hamashiach Yahawashi, he had virtue. Virtue comes from doing good works. Virtue is like spiritual money that goes into your bank account that you can't see. You can only take out and deposit whenever you need good works or something like that to happen in your life. Well, Yahawashi was so full of virtue in the book of Luke 1, 2, 3, 4. If you can't read him, you can listen to him. He was so full of virtue because he's the essence of, he's where it comes from, that people walk by and we just wanted to touch him. He was, flogged by, not flogged, but everybody just wanted to walk up and touch him and be healed. He was full of virtue. You get virtue by doing virtuous good acts. Hamashiach Yahawashi wore fringes. Oops, I'm bad. He wore fringes. The word fringes also translates into Zatzyathyan, Wagadalium. Zatzyathyan means the edged extremity of a wing. So if you think about a bird's wing, it has extremities. These are fringes. These are feathers. Okay? So with that being said, verse 1 through verse 7 is the Most High teaching us about these are instructions that we received. Masha, he received them, and then he gave them to us. And there was a special place. Israelites should know, where's your home? My home is over Jordan. I like Cincinnati a lot. This place is cool. It's very diverse. It's like a whole bunch. It's like Legos. This place is like a whole bunch of different Legos. And the people are really cool. They're like really cool. They're just so cool. But my home is over Jordan. My home is Zion. My home isn't Babylon. My home isn't America. This is a resting spot. And I just praise the Most High because I'm seeing the Most High blow out people's candles. I'm just grateful He ain't blowing out my candle, blow out your candle. We're still here to be able to praise and worship. So in the place called Mount Sinai is what you should know. This is your home, Yasharala. You can look this up. This is where we came from. It's a mountain that has a burnt black top on it. This is where the Most High taught us how to be fair to each other, how to treat each other justly. But in the case of treating each other justly, first we got to start with our land. Don't slave your land. Don't be like the devil that the Bible speaks of and reap every single crop. Do you need every penny? Do you need every corn? Do you need every apple from every apple tree? Do you need every orange? You mean that now we got to start going in? Now you mean to tell me we ain't even for real eating healthy fruit and vegetables, the ones that yield of itself? Because what this land does and what these people that are over this land does is as soon as it comes up and it's edible, they give it to you. But guess what? We're not eating healthy fruit. These fruits that we're eating are called uncircumcised fruits. Why are they uncircumcised fruits? Because they haven't went through the year of Jubilee to go from the tree down into the soil, go back up into the tree, down into the soil. The tree sucks the nutrients back up. Blah, 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 blah. It's the process. Just like the water and the rain evaporates. I want you all to know something. There is a phrase. It's called the devil that the Bible speaks of. The devil that the Bible speaks of. Only the devil rapes, robs, murders. If you're a rapist, if you're a robber, if you're a murderer, then you're a child of the devil. So when we're looking at the laws of the land, or how Yahweh told us to do, is if you can, which you can do, allow your harvest to grow up into itself and to grow down into itself. And there's even a specific prayer that we're supposed to do at this time frame. Did you all know that? That there's a prayer that we do during the Feast of Weeks? Who knows the prayer that we say to the Levite whenever we take our basket to the Levites? Can you put it in the group, Baba Kusha? There's so much as a nation that we have to learn characteristic-wise. One of those things, not only how to treat our people, but we have to learn how to treat our possessions, our land. Right now, our mother Yerushalayim, she's on fire, but she should be resting. But guess what? Her children are off. And since her children are off, she's suffering. Baruch chapter 4, KJV. This is the book of Baruch, also known as Ecclesiasticus. Now, why did I just say that? Because I'm always say Sirach. This is the book of Baruch, all right? Also known as the book of Baruch, all right? All right. So this is the book of Baruch, all right? And we're in chapter 4. I want you all to know this. Your mother, Zion, your mother, Rachel, all right? The lily of Sharon. She has a name. We are her children. She was put away because we were misbehaving children. And she also has a voice. Let's read real quick. This is the book of Baruch, chapter 4. And I'm not going to break this down because we got to go back. We got to go back. All right. We just started the Torah portion and we got plenty of daylight. So if you got something to do, go do it and come back. This is a revolving door class. I'm pretty sure about time the other class is over, we'll still be going because I'm going to be like, oh, yeah, it's still daylight. Got plenty of daylight to go. I'm not one of them brews that's like, when will the Sabbath be over so I can get back to buying and selling? That ain't my style. I don't want to get back to buying and selling. I don't want to get back to slavery. I want to stay right here and rest in the Shabbat all my life. So let's stretch it out. This is the book of Baruch, chapter 4. This is our Amma, our mother, speaking to us. Let's learn it together. Baruch, chapter 4, verse 4. O Israel, happy are we, for the things that are pleasing to Yahweh are made known unto us. Be of good cheer, my people. The memorial of Yasharallah, the remembering, the what's left of Israel. See how this is future prophecy? For you were sold to the nations, not for your own destruction, but because you moved Yahweh to wrath. You were delivered unto your enemies. For ye provoked him that made you by sacrificing unto devils and not to Yahweh. I love you. I respect you. Don't ever invite me to any compromising situations where I'm going to have to speak the word of Yahweh against you and everybody you know. Don't do it because it's going up. Verse 7, for ye provoked him that made you by sacrificing unto devils and not to God. You have forgotten the everlasting God that brought you up, and you have grieved Jerusalem. Who? You have grieved who? You have grieved your mother, Jerusalem, that nursed you. For when she saw, so now we're reading that the Spirit of the Most High has a personality. Jerusalem has a, yes, your mother Jerusalem has feelings. For when she saw the wrath of Yahweh coming upon you, she said, hearken, O ye that dwell around Zion. Yahweh hath brought upon me great mourning, for I saw the captivity of my sons and my daughters, which the everlasting brought upon them. With joy did I nourish them, but sent them away with weeping and mourning. Let no man rejoice over me, a widow and forsaken of many. For who for the sins of my children am I left desolate, because they departed from the law of Yahweh. They knew not his statutes, nor walked in his commandments, nor trod in the in the path of discipline in his righteousness. Let them that dwell about Zion, East Indians, you lived around Zion. You Canaanites, you Africans, y'all are not us, we are not y'all, and you know it. Some of my best friends are Canaanites. I love you, I see you, you know what it is, I know what it is, I love you. I pray we in the kingdom and we whooping everybody's butt together. Some of my best friends are Edomites. Some of my best friends are Arabs. I don't know. Let's just go through the list of nations that had Negroes in slavery. So-called North American Indians, so-called Latinos. Let's go down the list of nations. So they lived around Jerusalem, and then everybody spread out. But these people, they seen us in captivity first. And our Amma, our mother, Yadashlam, she cried out. She said, it's your fault. It's our fault, you lied to me, Yasharallah. It's the children's fault. So, Salaklia, Baba Kushah Salaklia. So that's something to keep in mind. Our Amma, she has feelings. Our Amma, she considered when we were taken into captivity. And to this day, our Amma Jerusalem is on fire. She's being bombed, and Negroes just don't care because we think about the land that we in. But according to the scriptures, we were supposed to let her rest. Imagine your mother's hair on fire. Does that sound cool? It doesn't, does it? It doesn't. So it's the same thing with our Amma right here in the scriptures. She says that we knew not his statutes nor walked in his commandments. We got to stop agreeing with our cute little friends and families who are running the path to hell because they don't want to keep the Sabbath day, because they don't want to wear fringes. But what? We can't compromise with them any longer because we see all the signs. We see all the signs of Christ coming. And even if people don't want to say it, everything from sinkholes to earthquakes to the sun to the moon doing some really weird stuff. And all because we have Wi-Fi, Netflix. Sometimes we get too complacent. But we got to keep in mind the signs of Yahushua coming is in front of us. So everything that pertains to our mother Yadashlam, Jerusalem, all of these things are happening because we disobeyed the Most High God. And our mom from our dad, when I say our mom, I mean Jerusalem. When I say our dad, I mean Yahweh. Our two parents cast us off as a nation. And we're waiting for our dad to come back and get us. And our mom is waiting for us to come back home, which is Jerusalem. So back to it. Torah portion, Leviticus chapter 25. Our land is supposed to receive rest, but right now she's being bombed. I needed to show you her as a person. I needed to show you as a spirit, as a woman, and I didn't even show you enough because there's another book in the Bible called Esdras, where a man named Ezra sits down and has a whole conversation with Jerusalem. He's sitting there talking to her. What's wrong with you? Why you tripping? You don't see what's happening to our whole nationality? You crying about one son? This is what you should do. And he's sitting there counseling this woman. And in the process of him counseling her, he says, you don't see what's happened to our mother, to Jerusalem? He don't even know he's talking to Jerusalem. You don't see what's happened? Our great seal has been torn down. You don't see what's happened? How our pillars know. And while he's standing there talking to our mother Jerusalem, she started screaming. And then she started shaking real fast. And then light emitted out of her body and she exploded. That's in the Bible, and Negroes just don't read it. And then after she exploded, she turned into Jerusalem. She turned into her true form. Our mother is supposed to be resting. Our mother has a passion for us to come back. But this goes into so much other things. That goes into so much more. That goes into so much more. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 1 through verse 4 teaches us about not only the agricultural, this Bible is so deep. You got to learn the evaporation process, all this stuff. And it's right there. The fruit goes up. The fruit comes down. It goes back into the trees. It goes back into the plants. After a certain amount of time, now you can eat it. Your food isn't ready, children. You're coming in the kitchen with your plates and you're getting raw. So let's take a step back. I want to encourage you all. Does anybody know what an old orange looks like? What does an orange look like that's been in the tree that's been dropped a couple generations? Them the ones that they sell you for $5 for one. All they do is take the word of Yahweh and use it against us. They sell you the trees that the harvest came off of for the first year. They sell a bag of them to you for $1. And the one that's actually went through the process for about 4 years, they say that was $5, $6, $7. That's the one that's all ugly, the one that's all plumpy, the one that's got all the imperfections, but it's all big, and you bust it open, you eat it, and it tastes like you just had like the most amazing. Those are those. This is a wicked world. It's an evil world. It's an evil world we living in. So Yahweh teaches us how to properly do our agriculture, our mother, our land. Can you imagine your mother's hair on fire? Absolutely not. And she's standing there talking to you, saying, my hair is on fire because of you, what you did. But instead, opposed to that, instead, it should be our mother's hair is nourished and it's healthy, which is what it would be like if you let our land grow. Leviticus chapter 25, and we're going to go down to the next scroll, verse 8. Thou shalt number 7 Sabbaths of the years unto thee. 7 times 7 years and a space of 7 Sabbaths shall be unto thee 49 years. Then shalt thou call the trumpets, the trumpet, not trumpets, the trumpet of Jubilee to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month. In the day of atonement shall ye make an atonement throughout all your land. Now, I have to speak on this because the Day of Atonement is a very important day. I think I may be able to do a proper Day of Atonement now. I haven't been able to do 3 years of atonement. I'm going to say at least definitely. I'm sitting on a day, I don't eat anyway, so I'm just sitting there just mad and not hungry, trying to atone, making myself cry. Just sit. Man, I'm sitting there, I'm like, I ain't even hungry. I'm trying to push a tear out. Like, unresolved issues. So atoning is very important. Day of Atonement is very important. And as an individual, what I think is that, I'm just gonna speak on this real quick, and I'm not going into any whoopty-woos, but as far as this holy convocation, everybody should be reminded of it. All right, because it has to be a breaking process. Not only with just with what I'm seeing, not only with the Most High calling us for the time frame of atonement, but also I'm seeing just go back a couple verses. The Most High teaches us to break ourselves, because you gotta not be greedy, you gotta not be selfish, in order to look at your harvest in front of you and then not partake of it. You gotta have discipline and self-control in that. And then even in the same thing, in the time frame of atonement, in the year of blood, the Jubilees, I have to let go. I got to release. You got to let go. You got to release. And that's a problem when you got people that got you bound, that don't let go or don't release. And people like, you just do it like this. You lying. Stop making up stuff. We got to do things biblically. That's the only way it's going to work. We got to do things biblically. Don't just get us a bathtub full of Calgon and think your child support payment is going to go away. It don't work like that, sisters. It don't work like that, brothers. You gotta go through the proper steps. So I'm looking at a lot. I'm seeing a lot. I'm seeing discretion. I'm seeing a lot of discipline. Of course, we see redemption. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 9. Then shalt thou cause the trumpet of the Jubilee to sound in the 10th day of the 7th month. And the day of atonement shall ye make the trumpet sound throughout all your land. And ye shall hallow the 15th year and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family. Let's stop right there. Say in the case of situation of if an Israelite was in poverty. I'm in poverty right now, but I'm not sleeping on the streets. I can afford to leave this light on and leave that light on, and my Wi-Fi is not going to cut off right now. I'll praise y'all. Say if an example, I knew a wealthy Israelite man. I'm like, you know what? I think I want to, instead of working for Procter & Gamble, instead of working for the city, I think I want to go and be a servant to a good man. Well, if I went and did that, and I'm in my poverty, and I was with him for 3 years, whatever, 7 years, when the time comes for that man to finally let me go, and I ain't no stunt, I'm a beast at what the Most High is giving me to do. I get done. Most people get happy with getting the job. I'm happy with getting the job done. So I'm pretty, I works. That's what I do. I'll show my shirt. So at the end of that time frame, I say to the elder, I say, listen, I love you. And look, I was, over here, I was over there. But now, I don't want to leave your household, elder. Does anybody know the law on that? Can I even do that as a Hebrew? Would I be considered a vagabond? Would I be a bum if I went and dedicated or gave my life? No, I wouldn't. Not at all. And according to the law of Yahweh, this is how our culture operates. If you're in bondage, if you're in a situation, if you're in a tight place, you can go to your ach, you can go to your achwa, you can go to your fellow Israelite. But at the end of that time frame, they are supposed to release us. You can't be like our Uncle Laban. Our Uncle Laban, he went overboard. Our Uncle Laban, he was like, I'm not letting you go in, I'm trying to keep the children. Yahshua will have to know how to, man, this lesson is cutting me, boy. You gotta know how to let go. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 11. A jubilee shall be a jubilee that 15th year, a jubilee shall be that 15th. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 11. A jubilee shall that 15th year be unto you. You shall not sow, neither reap that which is sown of itself in it, nor gather the grapes in the vineyard, nor gather the grapes in it of thy vineyard undressed. For it is the jubilee. It shall be holy unto you. Ye shall eat the increase thereof out of the field. And this is something that really just sticks out to me, because once I seen, uncircumcised fruit, once I seen that, it messed me up. I said, what is an uncircumcised fruit? Y'all know we adults, we grown up. We think about circumcised, we think about uncircumcised, we think about something specific, right? So according to Leviticus chapter 19, right here, let me get it. Leviticus chapter 19. Come here with me. Let's look at the scripture. So you got the super overly righteous Hebrews, right? You got the super overly righteous Hebrews. And I love my family. I love my friends. But some of them believe that if you're a vegan or if you're a vegetarian, that it's a different or it's a better stance for you. It's not. Listen, look, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Living a vegan lifestyle is very healthy. It's one of the best ways that you can, in my personal opinion, it's just my opinion, I don't know much. It's one of the best ways that you can, abstain from catching a lot of sicknesses that we get in foods. It's excellent. But the Most High, He also gave that to you as an option. Okay, no one's forced to. If you found out that works best for you, to continue that path. I completely enjoy eating clean. I enjoy eating primarily 80-90% vegetable diet. Love it. All right, my body's healthier, everything. But it's not a commandment. There are some Yahshua that try to make it seem like these Negroes are lying. I'm so glad Malachi Maccabee is not around. That whole little weirdo squad of people teaching against the Bible, that stuff was just weird. They were trying to force people to be vegan. Talking about Jesus ate flowers on Passover. Like, what are you talking about? You're like, yeah, he had flowers and sunflower seeds. Matter of fact, he ate all the flowers of the field. It wasn't lamb. That word really there is translated into, like, what is y'all talking about? So, Slot, I had that moment, man. I had that moment. I'm still getting back, y'all. I still got a little jet lag from being over on Patmos, right? So this is Leviticus chapter 19. All right, and I'm going to read verse 23 specifically. And when ye shall come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit. You see that? Ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be as uncircumcised unto you. But watch this. It shall not be eaten of. So when the Most High tells us to give the land 7 years, he gives the year of Jubilee. He says, listen, you're going to have enough store. You're going to have enough saved up. I think my bank account about to change too. Man, I'm just feeling it in the air. Let's get it. Just feel good. When you read the Torah, you should look for things in your life. Don't try to make up stuff, but what's recently happening in your life? What changes are happening? What prophecies are the Most High doing around the world? Is Israel currently on fire? Is she being bombed? Our mother is being punched in the face by the white man. Ain't no African Americans got bombed. We ain't doing it. Not away. That's what it was. It was not away. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kevin Yazzie. So the not away plantation, the not away. The not away plantation burned down. That's what we were talking about earlier. So, and it shall come to pass when you come into the land and have planted all manner of trees for fruit, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be as uncircumcised unto you. It shall not be eaten thereof. But in the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy, to praise Yahweh withal. And in the 5th year shall ye eat of the fruit thereof. Do you see how bad we're being done in this land? I like oranges, I like lemons, I like limes, I like all those things. But when I go to the grocery store, I'm not tricked when people tell me to go to the organic section. I don't care when people tell me you got to get it from the organic section, because in my head, I already know this law. I'm like, oh, yeah? Oh, really? Now I'm just going to go ahead and get this uncircumcised one. I ain't got no choice, because that one ain't 75 years either. Now, I'm not saying compromise. I'm saying with increased wisdom comes increased sorrow. And the glory of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and the blood of his only begotten son is what's keeping us while we are eating food from our defiled tables. Our tables are defiled, and all of our food is unclean because we disobeyed the Most High. We did not allow the land to rest. We kept reaping and reaping and reaping and reaping and reaping until the Most High said, oh, yeah, you're going to keep pulling out my wife's hair? See, we were abusing our mother in the land. But you Negroes don't look at it like that. Y'all think this is about some other people's book. So this scripture right here is for anybody who likes to be extra super stupid vegan Hebrew. Man, you better get you some lamb in your diet. Or for them that like to say, you know what I'm saying, whoopty whoopty woo, fruits and veggies. Man, you eating uncircumcised vegetables. Get out of my face. You eating uncircumcised fruit. Mess their whole day up. Sitting here trying to ridicule one man in meat and in judgment. If you're an Israelite and you like to eat flesh, you have not sinned if you have not eaten unclean meat. If you're an Israelite and you like to eat flesh, please use discretion and wellness, because not all meats are good for our bodies, even if they're lawful. The Apostle Paul said all things are lawful, but not all things are expedient. So eating a very light diet, primarily grains, nuts, vegetables, whatever you like, plants, all those things, they're good. But it's not going to get them demons up off you. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 12. So the Most High teaches us to not be greedy and to not be abusive. For it is the Jubilee, it shall be holy unto you. Ye shall eat the increase thereof out of the field. Now you know where to find the scripture to find the increase thereof. Go to Leviticus chapter 19. So Leviticus chapter 19, boom, that's where the increase is. The Bible is so cool because the way it's worded, it's very encrypted. It's very encrypted. You just got to know when people say precept upon precept, line upon line, where? Precept where? Where do I find it at? That's why you got to keep reading, because the word is a living word. It's an ebb and it's a flow. It's an ebb and flow. It's up and down. And if you can't read, always listen. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 13. Yep, we're still in the same chapter. Which y'all thought I was about to fly through it? Nope, not me. I'm a slow roll this thing. Let's get it. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 13. In the year of the Jubilee, ye shall return every man to his possession. And if thou sell aught unto thy neighbor, or buyest aught of thy neighbor's hand, ye shall not. Let me read that again. And if thou shalt aught out of thy neighbor, or buyest aught of thy neighbor's hand, ye shall not oppress one another. According to the number of years after the Jubilee, thou shalt buy of thy neighbor, and according to the number of the years of the fruit, he shall sell unto thee. Verse 16. According to the multitude of years, thou shalt increase the price thereof, and according to the fewness of years, thou shalt diminish the price of it. Or according to the number of years of the fruits doth he sell unto thee. Verse 17. Ye shall not therefore oppress one another, but thou shalt fear Yahweh, for I am thy Awahaya. Listen to me. I got the pounds for cheap. Did that get anybody's attention? Why? Because it's a good harvest. Nah, man, the price just went up, man. The price just went up. Why the price went up? Can't nobody get none. Does that make sense now if I say it like that? Yeah, man, we don't got enough bread, man, because we don't got enough flour. So all I got is a couple doughs and loaves. So, I mean, it's expensive right now. Or, yeah, sure.
Anybody put the prices up on purpose, wherever it's healthy for us. They said, okay, y'all eat too healthy, everybody waking up. Okay, they put the price up at $25, whatnot. You know, they know we can't afford as much. So everybody don't live to make that much money because they're going to bring the price up and up and up, like the gas prices. You know, that's the reason why I kneel.
That's excellent. And it's a form of oppression. It's a form of oppression and captivity to raise the price up. The Most High hates unjust balance. He hates uneven scales. It's like it's not like it's robbing a person to their face. So I agree. 1,200, man. And that should not be the characteristic. But since it is, we have to learn how to watch for it. We got to learn how to not only watch for it, we also have to learn how do we not be like that. And it comes by getting the characteristics of the Most High teaching us how to not be selfish or greedy for gain also, everybody. Got to be able to return what's stolen, return what's lost. The first thing we see in Leviticus chapter 25, verse 3, where you look is the pilcrow. That pilcrow means there's a new subject that's about to start. In the year of the Jubilee, ye shall return every what? Every man. That's his possession. In the year of Jubilee, every Israelite man was to go free. Every Israelite and every Gentile, unless that Gentile was a perpetual inheritance. Now, here's the problem with this, because it shows you the injustice of those who enslaved our forefathers. They knew and read the Bible, read right over the year of Jubilee, and never said, let's free the slaves. For what, 400 years, they say? 400 years, whatever. The Caribbeans, all the way up to recently. They didn't celebrate 1 year Jubilee while they had the Hebrews in slavery. How about that? Leviticus chapter 25, verse 14. If thou shalt aught to another, if thou shalt sell aught to thy neighbor, or buyest aught of thy neighbor's hand, ye shall not oppress one another. In other words, be fair. Be fair. This whole thing is talking about being fair. If the price is high, the price should only be high because we don't have everything that we need. So therefore, the price is high. If we have everything we need, the price is low. That's easy. This is business management 101 in the Bible. African American instructions. Be fair to each other. Stop robbing each other. We got a good. You don't got to tell everybody that. Oh, you know, hey man, we got 10,000 coffee cups, man. So now that we got 10,000 coffee cups, we can just give away a couple. You know, so we can sell coffee for a little bit cheaper, man. Because we got You don't have to tell everybody your inventory, but when it's good, be good. If it's hard, people know why. These are also laws that the Jewish nation took. Amalek, and all the other nations started operating in them. Now, whether other nations operated positively or whether they operated negatively, they all still had these instructions. So now it's time for Yasha'Allah to learn how to play fair. These are instructions for us African Americans. Look at verse 18 real quick. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 18. Wherefore ye shall do my statutes, my, what is that, judgments? And keep my judgments and do them. And ye shall dwell in the land safety. And the land shall yield her fruit, and ye shall eat your fill and dwell therein safety. And if ye shall say, what shall we eat in the 7th year? Behold, we shall not sow nor gather our increase. And this is the problem that a lot of people have, especially a lot of Israelites. A lot of you are slaves to breaking the Shabbat. How am I going to feed my kids? These bills ain't going to pay themselves. I got to get gas. It's so ridiculous because the majority of us can go in the kitchen and be sustained with just a little bit, which shows us how much we actually have. The majority of us can take one day off the slave ship to worship and serve Yahweh, God Almighty. Don't come to me talking about you love God, you love Mughal. I don't want to hear it because I got my own issues. And when I see blatantly that you shave your beard, brother, you don't wear fringes. Sister, you don't cover your head, you don't wear a garment, you don't keep the Shabbat. All of these are outward expressions to show if you really love the Most High. Just like keeping the Shabbat. You have to feel these things on the inside first in order to want to do them on the outside. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 20. And if ye shall say, what shall we eat in the 7th year? Behold, we shall not sow. I can't go to work. How we going? How you think you going to your slave ship one day is going to make you a millionaire? You think if you work enough Sabbaths within your lifetime, everything gonna be all right? You as delusional as a woman that wear weave trying to make her hair grow. You as delusional as a Negro that shaves his beard talking about I got patches and I'm just trying to make it grow. All three of y'all are delusional. It might be working for you, but it can work a little bit better if you just let something go. Just let something go. Brother, let it go that you don't have to work on the Shabbat. Let it go that you have to work on the Shabbat. And watch how much more Yahweh will prosper you. Verse 20. And if you will say, what shall we eat in the 7th year? Behold, we shall not sow nor gather our increase. Then I will command my blessing upon thee in the 6th year, and it shall bring forth thee, but for thee it shall bring forth fruit 3 years. You hear that? The Most High said, you give me one, I'll give you 3. Why can't it be like that in real life and relationships? Why can't it be like that in ministries and businesses with us right here? You take 1 step, I'll take 3. Yahweh said, if you rest on a Shabbat. No, let me read what he said verbatim. All right. Let me read what he said verbatim. Verse 18. Wherefore ye shall do my statutes and keep my judgments and do them, and ye shall dwell in the land in safety, and the land shall yield her fruit, and ye shall eat your fill and dwell there in safety. And if ye shall say, what shall we eat in the 7th year? Behold, we shall not sow nor gather our increase. Then I will command my blessing upon you in the 6th year. And it shall bring forth fruit for 3 years, and ye shall sow in the 8th year. Look at that. And eat yet of the old fruit until the 9th year, until her fruits come in, and ye shall eat of the old store. Yo, you know how fire that is? So watch this. So I have a habit. I like to get rid of food out of my refrigerator. I don't like 3 days. Like on that 3rd day, I'm like, okay, it's the last day I can eat it. It's just now starting to bubble up a little bit. I'm seeing a little, saying, all right, 2 days I done had it. This third day, it's got to go. Gots to go. Third day, gots to go. But with chili, oh my, why does chili taste good the longer it sits? Lamb chili? I know a lot of y'all really ain't living the Israelite lifestyle. Y'all just seen it online. You ain't never had lamb chili because you don't like lamb. You go to the grocery store, you go get a pound of whatever beef, you take it straight out the wrapper, you slap it in the skillet, you take a plastic spatula, you chop it down, cooking all that blood up in there. You so gross. You don't even got the mental. You don't. Somebody should gave you a note. Let me tell you what my mother told me. Rinse the blood out, baby. Just rinse the blood out. Just rinse out as much as you can, and then the rest will cook out. Rinse the blood out. You can also salt it. Old store food is wonderful. We just can't eat it when it goes bad. It's ridiculous that right here Yahweh tells us that if you keep my statutes and my judgments, if you let the land rest on the Shabbat, that I will give you, there should be no homelessness. There should be no food help programs. Because when my nationality ran the world, nobody was hungry. When my nationality, Hayaladium Yasharallah, Banya Yasharallah, when we were in righteousness, we had enough food for you can walk through our land and you can sit there and you can eat as much as you want to. Just don't carry none away. Don't carry none away. You can come and have a picnic and all your little Gentile families. Y'all can sit on that side of the field and y'all that side. But I better not see you put none in your pocket. You better not carry one grape off of my land. Because at the end of the year, when Jubilee comes, then you get to go free. You can take all of that. See, there's laws to this, and we're not taught the laws enough. I don't know why people skim over book, chapter, verse, and then just skim over what Josephus or what our historians say. We have whole attitudes and behaviors on how we're supposed to behave. These are called judgments. When even it comes to our land and our agriculture, a man cannot be in your house after sundown without you knowing it. If he is, you have permission to kill him according to the Bible. And the land holds the law of the Bible. But if he's in your house when the sun is still up, you can't kill him. After sundown, I was unaware. What are you doing in here? Life and children, Shalom style. So these are judgments that the Bible taught us. So African Americans have to learn how to be just and fair and equitous towards each other in everything from business to property to our employees. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 23. And the land shall not be sold forever, for the land is mine, Yahweh says. For ye are strangers and sojourners with me, and in all the land of your possession, ye shall grant a redemption for the land. For if thy brother be waxen poor and hath sold away some of his possession, and if any of his kin come to redeem him, then shall he redeem that which his brother sold. And if a man have none to redeem it, and for himself be able to redeem it, then let him count the years of the sale thereof, and let's stop right there. So, for example, I'm super impoverished. I don't got nothing to my name but a box of graham crackers and some peanut butter I got saved in a sandwich bag. That's all I got. And I had to throw the box of graham crackers away because it was taking up too much space in my book bag. So therefore, I chose to leave the graham crackers in the bag and smash them up and just leave them like graham cracker crumbs, and that saved space for my bad. I've lived homeless, so I got tactics. You got to get rid of the boxes because the boxes take up space. But then again, I get a nice little gig, a nice little contract with a brother. He's Loopy Lane, OG Genesis Loopy Lane. I go down to the Carolinas. That man straight. He on his farm. Come down there with just my little Hebrew hobo backpack. And look, I come down here to work for you. I'm in debt, man. I'm in debt for about 5 racks. I don't got 5 racks right now. A whole bunch of other stuff happened. All right, no sweat. All right, no sweat. Good looking out. Good looking. Okay, yeah. Right? All of that happened, right? Now, it just so happens that I'm not a lazy looky-loo. The Most High says, a wise youth makes hay while the sun shines. But what a shame to see a lad sleep away his hour of opportunity. So therefore, I like to get up in the morning. It's a shameful thing to sleep all day. It's a shameful thing to sleep all day. There's no life in it. So unfortunately, Loopy didn't know I was a beast. So I done worked out 5,000 in about 3 days. Well, that means that that contract that he signed me in for working with him for 7 years is now up. My contract's up. I finished my time in 3 days. 3 days. I got all that stuff done. Well, according to Hatawara, there's 2 things that Loopy has to consider now. One, he's got to consider releasing me from his debt. It don't matter that I came down here. I went down there to help him sell, cars and sell puppies, sell. Right? So go down there, sell cars, sell puppies, do whatever business he does. Now, me leaving him causes him to have a short hand. His business. What do you, brother? My sales have increased since you've been here. Yeah, I know, but I got to go. It's only been 3 days. Go your bread. Boom. Loopy's got 2 things to do. One, within his heart, he has to be resolved to say, okay, I release you. And then the other thing he has to do is redeem me from my debt. Now imagine that. Imagine being bound to somebody who won't redeem you. Imagine being stuck with somebody who you don't want to be stuck with. Imagine being a slave, a servant, and you're stuck with a master. Imagine being a wife. Hey, Dios míos. I ain't going to speak on that one because y'all just stuck. Y'all stay right there. 4 letters. Stay. Yeah. Imagine being a husband. It can go so many different directions. The point of it is this right here. When we have a Yashar that's been in bondage to us being the one that's the surety is going to bring them out of bondage, or that helps them. Once it comes time to relinquish them, then it should be an easy thing. And when I come and I say, here's my offer, here's my payment, here's what's owed up. Very much well, verse 28. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 28. But if he be not able to restore him, then that which is sold shall remain in the land of him that he brought out, that hath bought it until the year of Jubilee. And in the year of Jubilee, it shall go out, and he shall possess his possession. We're going to read that again. I'm not going to do that. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 28. But if he be not able to restore it to him, then that which is sold shall remain in the land of him that has bought it until the year of Jubilee. All right. So, verse 27. Oh, that's what happened. I'll skip verse 27. Let him then count the years of the sale thereof and restore the overplus unto the man whom he sold it, and he may return his possession. But if he be not able to restore it to him, then that which is sold shall remain in the hand of him that has brought it until the year of Jubilee. So I sold Loopy one of my cars. I sold Loopy my motorcycle. And I need to get it back from him. He is my pawn shop. That's my homie. That's my ach. Yo, Maha, I need about 500. Yo, Maha, I need about 500. No, I need about 500 too, brother. And then Maha, he'll go ahead and send it 500. After he complains about it, he'll go ahead and send it. But you gotta pay him back. Always pay back Maharika. All right, he has an army of Israel goons with some paperwork at your front door. Trust me, I know. Right? Always pay back Maharika. He's a good Jew boy. So we see that we are able to loan, to lend, to borrow. And in the process of, hey, look, man, here's the ticket. If you know pawn shops, it's the same thing. Here's the ticket. What's your ticket? What's the ticket on it? If you pay your bond, you get it back. Verse 29. And if a man sell a dwelling, a house in a walled city, then he may redeem it within a whole year after it is sold. Within a full year, may he redeem it. You better get your, you better pay your mortgage that year. There's nothing that this world came up with that Yahweh didn't plant or have us in righteousness before the world started picking it up. We're looking at real estate laws now. How you gonna be a real estate agent and you don't know the Bible? Come on, get out of here. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 30. And if it be not redeemed within the space of a full year, then the house that is in the walled city shall be established forever to him that brought it throughout his generations. It shall not go out in the Jubilee. So, brother, you sold your homestead to me. You sold your tent to me. We in the city. You said you'll be back for a year. You didn't come back. And it's been a year, brother. No buysies, salesies, takesies, backsies. This is my house now. All right. No buysies, backsies, takesies, backsies. Now, if you would have sold me the house in the field, maybe, but we in the hood. We in the city. Verse 30. And if it be not redeemed within the space of a full year, then that house that is in the walled city shall be established forever to him that bought it throughout his generations. So know this law. It's not a lose-lose. You feel me? Maybe you can be my servant. I bought your house. You want it? If you couldn't come back and buy your house, you got some serious problems. If you sold your house to me, y'all should, yeah, that's something that's real. We're the original Airbnbs. We're the original Airbnbs. Think about that. We are the original Airbnbs. Come and stay in my bayaf. Come and stay in my tent for a little bit. I don't got no bread. Here, look. Give me some bread. You can have my bayaf for a little bit. I'll give you that. I'll give you my bread back. I'm about to start doing that in Israel. Now that I said that, watch a whole bunch of Israel. I'm about to start doing that. First, I got to get me a house. Yeah, that is an apartment you can rent out. But, right? But Leviticus chapter 25, verse 31. We're almost through this first part of the Torah portion. All right, so let's have fun. But the houses of the walled villages, which have no wall round about them, shall be counted as the fields of the city. They may be redeemed, and they shall go in the Jubilee. So in the year Jubilee, you had to get that Airbnb back. But that's something else. Isn't it 7 years? So you ain't paid back in 7 years? If you ain't paid back in 7 years, you're just not trying to. You ain't even trying to pay back. You just okay with having bad credit. Verse 32. Notwithstanding, the cities of the Levites and the houses of the possessions of theirs may the Levites redeem at any time. So anytime a Levite come home, daddy's home. Everybody start moving around. The Levite walk in the door, he just walk in the door. And that's a problem because that's what the Jewish nation today is doing. All right. Jewish occupation Palestinians. So that's a problem because that's what the Ishmaelite nation are doing right now. They're literally walking into other people's houses and saying, I live here. If I don't steal your house, somebody else is going to steal it. And these Arabs, saying the son, whatever you want to call them, saying Eladim, whatever, these men and women, Bani Ishmael, sons and daughters of Ishmael. What they're doing is they're being persecuted to the degree to where they can't even get these people out their houses. Like literally, whole Amalekite families are walking into other people's houses and like, you don't live here. You can't make this stuff up. There's an amazing book, if anybody wants to purchase it, it's called Beyond Occupation. Beyond Occupation, American Jewish Christian in Palestine. So it goes into details on the thou shalt not remove thy neighbor's boundary marker. All right, somebody got a question? Hey, Shalom, you got a question or comment or something to bring out? Okay. All right, so let's get back to it real quick. All right, so if anybody wants to, Leviticus chapter 19, verse specifically starting at verse 23. All right, brings out the uncircumcised fruit and the cleansing of the land, and how the Most High tells us that we're supposed to operate. All right, now we'll go back to Leviticus chapter 25, and we're going to go to verse 33 is where we are. We're looking at the law of possession. Again, how can you be a real estate agent and you don't know the Bible? Leviticus chapter 25, verse 33, and if a man purchase, and if a man purchases the Levite, then the house that was sold and the city of his possession shall go out in the year of Jubilee. For the houses of the cities of the Levites are their possession amongst the children of Israel. And why? Why is this? Because Bani Lala Yum, the sons of Levi, they didn't have an inheritance. Their inheritance was the Lord. Their inheritance was Yahweh Basham Mashiach Yahushai. So all the Levites had to do was do their job. The Levites was trained from childhood to adulthood, and they retired at the age of 50 as far as doing the temple sacrifices. But at the age of 50, they also could go and venture out and live anywhere they want to in all of Yasharallah, rent-free. That's why Negroes be talking about they trying to be Levites. They want that rent-free money. They want that rent-free Hellcat. It is what it is. Making merchants of our people. And his wickedness disgusting. First time I seen it, I said, what the hell is that? A Hebrew and a Hellcat. I was like, man, that is corny. Man, you gonna exalt a car? Man, I had all kind of thoughts. That was the first time I heard of a Hellcat. So? I was like, so? The scripture says the priest's lips should keep knowledge. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 34. But, not bad, we're going right back into real estate. Salak Rayal. Salak Rayal La Salak. Forgive me, don't forgive me. Right? Excuse me, don't forgive me. Salak Rayal La Salak. Excuse me, don't forgive me. All right, Leviticus chapter 25, verse 34. But the field of the suburbs and their cities may not be sold, but it's a perpetual possession. So the Levites always had a place to stay. Verse 35. And if thy brother be waxing poor and fall into decay with thee, then thou shalt relieve him. Yea, though he be a stranger or a sojourner, that he may live with thee. Now, this is specifically talking about another fellow Israelite. And I just recently had this happen. Our brother Shabar came up and visited, and that was a blessed time frame. It was good, bad. It was a different experience. The brother Shabar, he's very much a traveling man. And the Most High used him to teach the word of Yahweh everywhere he goes. You know what I'm saying? So I got to live and experience this scripture real quick. And I'm going to testify on it real quick. So Leviticus chapter 25, verse 35. If thy brother be waxing poor and fall in decay with thee, then thou shalt relieve him. Yea, though he be a stranger, I don't know you like that, or a sojourner, you just traveling through. He may live with thee. Thou shalt take thou no usury of him. So this is something I keep in my mind whenever I invite anybody to the Hebrew house, however your experience goes, shalom. So one thing I do not do is I don't believe in taking usury of people. You don't got to give me money. You don't got to give me gas. You don't have to do those things. It's good to do as a good neighbor. State Farm is not there, but Israelites should be. It's good to do, but we're not to say, hey man, if you do this, or here, man, here go $5, you got to give me back $7. Here go $10, you got to give me back $12. That's called taking usury of your neighbor. We shouldn't do that. Or increase. We shouldn't let somebody in and try to increase our own household by them. You know what I'm saying? You got food stamps. Well, you got to use all your food stamps in my house. Yeah, I got food stamps, but since you live here, now you got to use your food stamps for my house. That was wrong. We used to do people, not we, my family. We didn't do that. My whole mashpachah, you know what I'm saying, before I became in marriage life, my mashpachah, we actually used to share everything. You know what I'm saying? We was a family that would, fight other families if we had to, but we was also a family that shared everything, So I already had the mentality, I'm not going to use nobody. Because you're being a user. All right? That's for your own increase. You're a user. But fear Yahweh, that thy brother may live with thee. Thou shalt not give him money upon usury. In other words, you give him money, they got to pay you back more. Nor lend him thy victuals for increase. Don't be like that. I am Yahweh, Yahweh, which brought ye forth out of the land of Matazadium, out of the land of Egypt, to give you the land of Canaan, to be your God. So he says, be fair with each other. He says, be just with each other. Don't take no usury. Don't be a user. Okay? And allow each other to sustain by showing love. And then he puts the stamp of seal of approval on it. He says, I am Yahweh, your power. Now, I learn my lessons as I grow. And as I learn, I apply the things that I learn. So, I'm still learning. So, I'll speak on that later. So, verse 39. And if thy brother that dwelleth with thee be waxen poor, and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bond servant. I need all you all to understand. I need all you all. I think that's 6 better. I think all you all to understand this. It is not legal for an Israelite to be a slave to another Israelite. Now, can we sell ourselves? Yeah, but we're supposed to be different. All right? The way that the Gentiles did us and the way that they did their other nation is just biblical proof that we're Hebrews. They did everything the total opposite. Look at this. And if thy brother that dwell with thee be waxen poor and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as what? As a bond servant, but as a hired servant. See that? As a hired servant. So in Yashar Allah, the captains, the elders, the judges, the officers, we wouldn't be down there, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm working with you, but you know what I'm saying? How you gonna make me do that? And you got him. He's supposed to do that. That's the real thing. That's a real thing. This Bible is so prejudiced. It's hilarious how prejudiced this Bible is. And it's funny too how much you guys don't take it to advantage. You don't take this word for your advantage. When the other nations do, that's why they serve you fried cat and fried dog. That's why they serve you shrimp, pork, catfish, but they won't eat it. That's why they treat you last hired, first fired, but they'll hire their inexperienced child over you. Because they know how this book works. We're supposed to treat each other with this. But as a hired servant and as a sojourner, as a visitor, he shall be with thee and shall serve thee unto the year of Jubilee as an employee. And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return unto his own family and unto the possession of his fathers shall he return. So a few things. One, this man is more than likely, he came by himself. He more than likely is going to have some children if he's been there with you for years and he's leaving. So now it's time to not only let you go, but dang, man, it's been a good run, man. It's been 7 years. All right, man, you know what? You did excellent. I just want to tell you, my bad, we're on straight. I just want to tell you, you did great, man. I'm saying you really brought in the increase. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying, 7 years, man, you got to go, man. You got to go back to your family. I know. I like you working here with me too, but the reality of it is, it's the year of Jubilee. I have to let you go. I gotta write you off of my employee doc, brother. I know. So what? He said, oh, you want to stay? Okay, well, here's an earring. That's when I reach in my drawer. Be like, here's an earring. Come over to this door. All right, you're officially part of the boom. We locked in. Me and you married, brother. I'm married to you. You married to me, man. You ain't got to go nowhere, man. Matter of fact, you can bring your other wife and your other children that you had to leave. Now you ball and you and my family. Now you can bring your other wife and your other children here. Introduce them to your new wife and children that you got since you've been here. This book is crazy. This book is ridiculous. Then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return. Because you got to say that. If Yahweh didn't say that, then he'll be like, oh, well, you just leave, but your kids stay. Nah, watch this. Then shall thou depart. Then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return to his what? To his own family. That could be his parents. That could be his mom and dad, but it could be. And of his possession of his father shall he return. Deuteronomy. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 42, 42 in the building. All right, verse 42. For they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondmen. Thou shalt not rule over him with vigor, but shalt fear Yahweh the Elohim. So it says rule over him with vigor. Now, you're taking an Israelite that's become your employee because he can't be your bondman, your bondmate. But it does show you that you can't rule over him with vigor. But it don't say that you can't rule over your bondman with vigor. You see that? You see that? Look at this, man. I don't know what y'all be reading. This all this stuff be right here in front of me. So yeah, you can rule over your bondman from another nation in vigor, but you couldn't rule over your own Israelite brother in rigor. You know what I'm saying? In rigor, right? But we gotta be good to each other because we gotta fear Yahweh. Favoritism is all up in this Bible. We being unfavorable to each other. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. I gotta read that again. Thank you, Lord. Clear my throat. I gotta say it. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaid, which thou shalt have, is that right? Shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall you buy bondmen and bondmaids. Now I want everybody to pause for a call. We ain't going nowhere far. The book of Baruch, chapter 4. Baruch chapter 4, verse 3. Give not thy honor to another, nor the things that are unprofitable unto thee. Nor things that are profitable unto thee to a strange nation. O Israel, happy are we for the things that are pleasing to Yahweh are made known unto us. Be of good cheer, my people, the memorial of Israel. For ye were sold to the nations, not for your destruction, but that ye, because you moved Yahweh to wrath, ye were delivered to your enemies. For ye provoked him that made you by sacrifice unto devils, not unto God. Ye have forgotten the everlasting God, and have brought you up, and have grieved Jerusalem that nursed you. For when she saw the wrath of God coming upon you, she said, hearken unto me, O ye that dwell about Zion. Something that really sticks out to me about this is that the whole world, including our mother, Jerusalem, knew that the world, that the Gentiles, and everybody else around saw. The whole world saw the slavery and the captivity of the children of Israel. And it just amazes me. These people, the whole world are witnesses that we are who we are. It's unshakable for me. I'm not easily convinced that we not who we are. For when she saw the wrath of Elohim come unto you, she said, hearken, O ye that dwell about Zion. This one phrase right here, dwell about Zion, this means dwell means live, about means around, and Zion is Jerusalem. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 43. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begot in your land, and they shall be your possession. Somebody say hallelujah. Hallelujah. Let me put this in the room, man. Somebody needs to see this because Yasha has a hard time. It's disassociation, cognitive disassociation, whatever you call it what you want. The Most High said that all of these nations are going to be possessions to his chosen, his favorite, and his blessed and beloved people. And the reality of it is we have to start accepting what the Father said. Not only accepting, we have to learn how to be just. We have to learn how to be true. We have to learn how to be fair. We have to learn how to be balanced. Because even in the case of if and when, not if, but even in the case of when the Most High puts all things in subjection to his people, guess what? You got to know how to govern the people. And you're not going to govern the people in Islam in the kingdom of Yahweh. You're not going to govern the people with the Mormon doctrine in the kingdom of Yahweh. It's going to be this Tawarah. There's going to be these laws, statutes, commandments, and judgments. We're going to treat people fairly based off of the instructions that was given to us in the Bible, not in the Quran. The Quran tells you to go back and read that which was mentioned before it, which is the Torah. Verse 46, Leviticus 25, and ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you. Wait a minute. This is the Bible. You mean to tell me the Bible say we're going to have Gentile servants forever and never and never and never and never? Yes, because we used to. And then once our nationality went off, when you got sold into slavery, then the mighty ones was made weak. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 54. You explain to me why my grandfather was born in slavery. You explain it to me. But just as of each nation, to the victor goes the spoils. And right now, my nation is spoiled. Oh, how we robbed. Oh, how we are robbed and spoiled. So as a nation, Leviticus chapter 25, verse 47, and ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They should be your bondmen forever, but over your brethren, the children of Israel, shall ye not rule over one another with rigor. Verse 47, and if a sojourner or a stranger wax rich with thee, and if thy brother dwelleth by him, wax poor, and sell himself unto the stranger or sojourner by thee, or to the stock of the stranger's family. Uh-oh. So when you get to verse 47, there's a pill crow. This pill crow right here, everyone knows what this is. This is a symbol that means the subject matter is about to change. The pill crow is also called a blind P or a backwards P. Whenever you see this pictographic character, whenever you see this glyph is showing you that the subject matter, pill crow, typographic character, let you know that's about to change. All right. So something's about to be separated in the conversation. So when you read your Bible and you see the symbol of the pill crow, it lets you know that context matter might be about to change. Now, remember, we're all on the subject of redeeming, but here's the difference with this one. This is if it's an Israelite in captivity to a Gentile. So imagine if a Gentile, which often they do, as all men do, whoever find fortune with Yahweh. Imagine you become super wealthy, and I'm like, yo, Song Ping Wong. Song Ping Wong. Oh, I forgot how to say it. Dang, I forgot to say Shalom in Korean. Dang it, it'll come back to me most times will. Shalom, Song Ping Wong. I need to come and live with you because I'm impoverished. And Song Ping Wong is a Gentile. Their whole house and everything that they have is all Israelite stuff. Well, guess what? We would sell ourselves into captivity, even to the Gentiles, temporarily as hired servants, but not for bondsmen, not for slaves and bondsmaids that they were to be. And guess what else? if I sold myself to Song Ping Wong, one of my brothers can be like, nah, that's my op, man. Yo, man, go get him up out of there, man. How much he owe? Man, why he do that, man? He was trying to buy that new donkey. You know, that new mule just came out, that new Mule 700 with the low kick reverb. So he sold his house? Yeah, he sold his house. Who he sell it to? Song Ping Wong. Song Ping Wong, a good dude, man. They family been in our nation for a long time. All right, man, go take this bread, man. Buy him back and tell him, give Song Ping Wong the money. How long he been with him? He only been with him. Okay, we got the year Jubilee. Year Jubilee is 7 years. So brother Isaiah was only with him for 1 year. He sold the house to him for $7,000. He's working it off for $1,000, you understand, a year. So he already paid off 1,000. All right, man, take this $6,000 to Song Ping Wong and pay off the Jubilee before the Jubilee. See how that works? As a nation, the African Americans, the Israelites, the Hebrews, so-called Latinos, we're supposed to know these cultural rules. None of us is supposed to be in prison. None of us is supposed to be impoverished. None of us is supposed to be homeless. And none of us is supposed to be eating uncircumcised food. But since we disobey Yahweh, there you have it. If a soldier or a stranger wax rich by thee, and thy brother that dwelleth by him wax poor, and sell himself unto the stranger or sojourner by thee, or to the stock of the stranger's family, after that he is sold, he may be redeemed again. One of his brethren may redeem him, either his uncle or his uncle's son, that's his cousin, right? His dad. Let's see what the word uncle is here in Hebrew. All right, let's see what the word uncle is here in Hebrew. All right. So either is awa. So we have awa. Oh, look. Here's the word Hebrew for uncle. Uh-oh. What's the word uncle in Hebrew mean? Does anybody know? Text in the back, text in the group. Does anybody know what is the word Hebrew for uncle? There you go. And I'm here to tell you today that you call your fathers the wrong thing. You call your fathers your uncle, Israelites. You're pronouncing your uncles. It's Dawad. Dad, Dadi, 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 Dad, Dadi, Dad. You're calling your uncles your fathers. You're supposed to be calling your father Abba. You don't call your, but as it's written, beloved, well-beloved, uncle, loved, father's brother. You see that? Beloved, love, uncle. So titles are very important. I don't call my Abba dad. I don't call my father uncle. Even if you don't know what I was talking about, I give him so much respect. You're gonna start to accept being I'm Abba. You right, you Abba. That's right. You Abba. You Abba. You're not my uncle, you my Abba. My uncle has a different responsibility. So Leviticus chapter 25, verse 49, either his Dawad, it's Dawad, it's not Dawad is auntie. It's either his Dawad or his Dad, his uncle, or his Dawad Ban, his uncle's son, which would be his cousin, may redeem him. Or any that is nigh of kin unto him, of his family may redeem him. Or if he be able, he may redeem himself. Verse 50. And if he shall reckon, we're in Leviticus chapter 25, verse 50, and he shall reckon with him that bought him from the year that he was sold unto the year of Jubilee. How many years he got left? How many years Junior got left? How many years Junior got left? He sold his covenant. See, all you do is just count the number up and you pay off the debt. And the price of his scale shall be according to the age of his years, according to the time of his hire, according to the time of a higher servant, shall it be with him. And there, it's like I went to Leviticus chapter 25, verse 51. If there be yet many years behind, according unto him, he shall be given the price of his redemption out of the money that he was bought for. And if there be but few years, year jubilee, then he shall count with him, and according to his years shall he give to him the price of the redemption. And as the yearly hired servant shall he be with him, and the other shall not rule over him with rigor. So not even the Goyim, not even the Gentiles are supposed to rule over us with rigor. So what's wrong with other broods ruling over each other with rigor? Let me read that again. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 53. And as a yearly hired servant shall he be with him, and the other shall not rule with rigor over him. In thy sight. That's so beautiful. So if you think about it, how it changes things so much around in comparison to how we've been treated as a nation, how we're supposed to treat each other, and what's next for us on the horizon. Somebody on the conference call got something they want to say? We're about to finish up these last two verses. Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 50, verse 54 and 56, 54 and 55. And if he be not redeemed in these years, he shall go out in the year of Jubilee, both he and his children. For unto me the children of Israel are servants. They are my servants. I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. I am Yahweh Adonai. Hallelujah. 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 All right. Any questions, comments, or statements before we go on to the next part? I'm actually going to turn this down for a second. I'm going to press mute. All right. Anything anybody you want to bring out? Any questions, comments, statements pertaining to the chapter?
What do that word rated mean? What's that word mean?
Con thought I was trying to get I turned off the camera for a second. I was trying to turn it back on. Let's go to it tonight. Body out. All right. That's one of our first things, man. Let's go to it in the language, man. All right. I'm in Deuteronomy. I'm in Leviticus chapter 26. All right. But let's go to. Oh, you know what? I'm in the wrong one. Let me go back to 25. Slack there. Back to 25. All right. So when you think about rigor, you want to think about hardness, you know, the way that the other nations treated us. All right. I want to go straight to the verse, and it has those at 24. Being lands. That's it. All right. Law of redemption. And poor man of a country. Thou shalt compel him to be a bondservant. 7. Yea. Eternal land. All right. So we're in the book of Leviticus chapter 25 and verse 43. And Leviticus 25:43 says, thou shalt not rule over him with rigor. The word rigor, R-I-G-O-U-R. We're going to do a couple searches on this word, all right? So let's go down. All right. Bawa. All right. Bawa is in him or over him. It's in him. But the word is rigor. And for those of you that's looking on the screen, you should be able to see this. All right. Parak. All right, so we have about 3 characters for those that's listening online. So the three characters are Pa, Ra. I apologize, everybody. Oh man, that's dude. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah. So Pa, Ra'ash, and what is that last character? You might see that Dalak. So Parak, it means rigor, cruelty. All right. So cruelty. Was the other nations nice to us, or was they cruel to us? Other nations were very cruel to us. And that's how they ruled over us. So Yahweh tells us not to be like that with your fellow Yasher Alim. Does that make sense? Oh, okay. Okay. Dwadi Howard. Oh, yeah, all praise. All right, well, that was it for that. All right, so any other questions, anything before we go to the next part? All right. All right, let's get back to it then. All right, so Thawada for your time, Thawada for asking questions. I really appreciate that. So again, the word parak, parak. Now with this one, you're not using the cha, the hard K, the chet. It's just pa, ra, and ka, parak. All right, parak. All right, that's the word for cruel. It even sounds kind of real, parak. It sounds heavy, parak. Like it sounds like it has like serious application, to say the least. All right, 25. And now we'll go to the book of, we're going to finish this off. All right, so Leviticus chapter 25, verse 55. Let me see. Then the reading of 10 years, God to be Jubilee, both him and children. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 45 and 55. Let me do this again. We're going to do the Kol HaShirah. And if he be not redeemed in these 7 years, then he shall go out in the year of Jubilee, both he and his children with him. For unto me, the children of Israel are servants and are my servants, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. I am Yahweh, Ba'ashem, HaMashiach Yahushai, Kol HaShirah, the body of Yahweh, Na'isha, Wa Nashamai. All that ever said, we do and hear. Now, for those who don't know, the Kol HaShirah is something that we say at the end of the Torah portion, because at the end of the Torah portion, we did see that in the scriptures where we said, all that the Lord has said will we do and hear. That's a real thing. All right. I want to pull up something real quick because I want to show everybody. I got to do a video, and I don't want this video to get flagged, man. But I want to show what Jewish occupation is looking like. Let me see something real quick. I think his name was Michael. Let me see. Oh, man. It's so crazy, man. This video was so easy to find a little while ago. And if you find anything, and a lot of things that tell the truth, that just, it might look like slander, but it's not. It's just actual truth. These nations will very quickly take it down, man. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Oh, wow. So Jewish man, here's another thing. YouTube sucks, everybody. So YouTube sucks. All right. YouTube sucks because it hides, it omits information. But there's another website that's called Rumble, RUMBLE. I already have a subscription over there. But they have a lot of what do you call it, unfiltered. But Jewish man living in house unwanted. I pulled that video up, man, and now it's got videos of Negroes wearing black suits and marrying white women. Boy, they are the devil that the Bible speaks of. Where they will put any information up there to keep you from knowing the truth. That's ridiculous. All right, you gotta snatch the information right when you get it. All right, so let's get to it. Next chapter. All right, we're in the book of Leviticus, chapter 26, and let's get it. Leviticus chapter 26, verse Akkad. You shall make no idols, nor graven images, neither rear you up a standing image, neither shall ye set up any image of stone in your land to bow down to it, for I am Yahweh, your Elohim. Ye shall keep my Shabbats. Ye shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am Yahweh. And I love it when he says that. It's like it's so definitive. He says what he says, but it's so definitive. It's like he puts the stamp of his name on his name. That's so hard. Let's get back to this. If you walk in my statutes and keep my commandments and do them, then I will give you rain in due season, and the land shall yield her increase, and the trees of the field shall yield her fruit. And your threshing shall come unto the vintage, and the vintage shall reach unto sowing time, and ye shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your own country, dwell in your land safely. And I will give peace in the land, and ye shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid. And I will rid evil beasts out of your land, neither shall a sword go through your hand. And ye shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight. And your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. Now, real quick, this was a time frame that this already happened in, but we're also expecting this to happen again in the future. So this is a time frame that we happened in, that happened in, especially if you, like me, I love antiquities. I support the Book of Jasher. Not everybody does. I think Jasher is pretty cool. It's got some great historical facts in it, and you fact check those facts. The other facts are like, oh, Jasher really does line up. So there was a war when we were going to war with the surrounding nations, and we were in Egypt. But this is before the Egyptians started mistreating us. So they actually brought us in, and they sent us to war, and we're fighting against other nations. And when we fight, the Egyptians backed up. And when they backed up, it was like the worst thing they could have did, because on our way back from war, we find them, we killed them on the way just for leaving us hanging in the fight. All right. So during this, we were putting the Gentiles to flight by the thousands. And there was just a few Israelite slaves, children of Jacob. So it's going to happen again, though. Leviticus chapter 26, verse 9. And I will have respect unto you, and I will make you fruitful and multiply you, and establish my covenant before you. And ye shall eat old store, and bring forth the old of the new. And I will set my tabernacle among you, and my soul shall not abhor you, which means as of now, his tabernacle is not with us, and his soul does abhor us. All right, the word abhor means a strong hatred and dislike. And I will walk among you and will be your God, and ye shall be my people. I am Yahweh, Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Mount Zion, that ye should not be their bondmen. And I have broken the bonds of your yoke and made you go upright. He did not make us to be slaves. He didn't make us to be servants. He made us to be free, and who the Lord has made free is free indeed. Who the Father has made free is free indeed. So I know I'm free. I'm bought with a price. I'm bought with the price of Yahweh Shah Mashiach's blood. The Negro, the black man that was murdered by the police, the black man that was murdered by the Roman centurions and made fun of, and even other Israelites that were spitting on him. I'm redeemed and saved by the blood of the Savior, which is the blood of the Lamb, Hamashiach Yahweh. I wasn't meant to be a slave, and neither are you. Leviticus 26, verse 14. But if ye will not hearken unto me, and will not do these commandments, and if ye shall despise my statutes, or if your soul abhor my judgments, why do I gotta do that? Why I gotta do that? Why do we have to see your soul hates Yahweh's judgments? Because you just don't want to do what he said to do. So that ye will not do all my commandments, but that ye break my covenant. I will also do this unto you. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning ague that shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of heart, and ye shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemy shall eat it. And I'll set my face against you. Man, that's crazy. And I will set my face against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies. They that hate you shall reign over you, and ye shall flee when none pursueth you. Now, we've seen this happen absolutely in the case of the transatlantic slave trade, even to now. Even to now, well, let the police get behind you on the right day. You just left from a, from a birthday party, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Which you shouldn't be attending them. And you definitely shouldn't be holding them for yourself. All right. Self-glorification. Give glory to Yahweh. So you're just not leaving for a birthday party. You should have been there anyway. You had one too many drinks. Whoop, whoop. The light pull up. Oh man, I know I'm going down. There ain't gotta be that. You going to the corner store to get a bag of Grippos for your children. I like Grippos. Voodoo chips and Grippo chips. Fire. Mike Sales, not so much. You know, Doritos, them a classic, but I think them got like baby crack in it or something like that. I think they grind up babies and then put cocaine in it and they mix up shark fin. You know what I'm saying? They put like all kind of stuff in it. I don't know if you eat Doritos. I don't know. But what we see is this right here. That we see that these nations now, they chase us to flight. It can be something small. I'm just going to the store, get a bag of chips. And they put you to flight. That light come on. Oh, what they want with me. They got songs about it. Oh, shoot. Here go the police pulling up on us. But it was only because we disobeyed Yahweh. We got to think about it. A nation that's so strong, a nation that was so wealthy that we bound other people out. Like, man, you sold yourself to Jimmy Lou? Why you do that? All right, man, I'll bond you out. And then Most High says, we was cold like that, but since we disobeyed him, what he gonna do is what? We point over us terror, consumption, sorrow, and the same people that were captive, that would we be their captives, would captivate us. The same people that we'd be captives of, there we go. The same people that we'd be captives of, that they would hate us and reign over us. And there would be no one to come and redeem and save us. See, he gave us the laws on how to save each other. And he says, but if y'all disobey me, you ain't gonna be able to save yourself from me. That's a cold threat. He is so cold, he did it. You ain't gonna be able to save yourself from me. And if you will not yet, for all this, hearken unto me, I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. Come on, man. Hey, what's wrong with you parents, man? What's wrong with you? I don't like to whoop my kids type people, man. Everybody got their own different parenting style. I'm going to say this, though. The Most High said, I'm going to chastise you. And if you don't do what I said, I'm going to discipline you 7 times more. 7 times more? And I will break the pride of your power. Because, like sometimes a little kid is arrogant. And they're like tough in their butt. They like to be all tough. And you got to whoop them. And you got to whoop them until you break their pride. And then you show them, don't play with me like that again. That's what Yahweh said to us. This is a spanking from a father to a child. And I will break your pride, and I will make your heavens iron and your earth's brass. and your strength shall be spent in vain, for the land shall not yield her increase, neither shall the trees of the land yield their fruits. For you walk contrary unto me, and I will walk contrary. For if you walk contrary unto me, I will not hearken. I apologize. And will not hearken unto me. I will bring 7 times more plagues upon you according to your sins. That should make somebody just sit back like, dang. Like dang, that's messed up. And he say, you're going to do what? He said, going to chastise us 7 times more for being disobedient. Then he says, if you don't do that, I'm going to chastise you 7 times more. I don't know who God this is that these people are worshiping, but it can't be Yahweh. They can't be worshiping Yahweh Hashem Shai. Not with the way that these Israelites be moving. I don't know who they worshiping. Because there should be a fear of the judgment of Yahweh, to where we seen that the original Israelites of time past, our forefathers, he said, if you don't obey me, I'll whoop you 7 times. And oh, you want to act up? I'll whoop you some more. That's the type of parenting I like. I like that type of parenting. Leviticus chapter 26, verse 21. And if you walk contrary unto me, and will not hearken unto me, I will bring 7 times more plagues upon you according to your sins. He says, according to your sins, not just because of us, according to your sins. I will also send wild beasts among you, which shall rob you of your children and destroy your cattle and make you few in number. And your highways shall be desolate. And if ye will not be reformed by me, by these things, but you walk contrary to me, still walking contrary, right? But you walk contrary to me. Verse 24. Then I will also walk contrary unto you, and I will punish you yet 7 times for your sins. 10, 15, 5, 10, 15, 5 here. All right, you put the it's the 1 here, you put the 5 down there, and then it's like 1, 2, 3. What's that? 45? Are you serious? Did I do that right? So, well, I don't know what type of math I did. I don't know. That's a lot of in trouble. That's a lot of in trouble. And the Most High never said, I'm going to back down, not once. This should scare you, men and women of Israel. This should scare you. This is a great lesson. Now, I ain't saying it's a great lesson like I'm speaking it. I'm saying it's a great lesson from him. What is he telling us? He's teaching about redemption. He's very merciful. He's very loving. But he's also saying, if you don't get it right, I will slap you out, like slap you out your body. I will slap your soul out your body. I don't know how to explain this. That's not something I say a lot. I don't know how to explain this because I'm one of them kids that don't like seeing my siblings get in trouble. I was one of the ones that would cry if you got a whooping. If you got a whooping, I ain't want you to get a whooping. And Yasha'Allah, it's like they ain't scared of getting in trouble by Yahweh. So weird. So strange. Like, he doesn't say he's going to back up. Well, we thought we was going to out-punk Yahweh. So as a loving father chastises his children, so does he chastise us? Chastise me. Chastise us all individually. You know what I'm saying? Greatly chastised. But he hasn't destroyed us. He hasn't broken us. Leviticus chapter 26, verse 25. And I will bring upon you, and I will bring a sword upon you that shall avenge the quarrel of my covenant. You know what that means? That means he's going to bring the belt. I'm going to go get my belt. You don't want to do what I say. That's what that phrase means, the quarrel of my covenant. That don't even make sense. There shouldn't be no quarrel with Yahweh's covenant. There's only a quarrel because of us. So imagine you told them, pitted them to go wash the dishes, and now you say, you know what? I'm going to go get my belt since you want to argue with me about this. That's the same context. I will bring a sword upon you that shall avenge. I'm going to settle the situation, the quarrel of my covenant. And this whole thing was about Yasha'Allah misbehaving. Not the whole thing, but, this part. Verse 25, and I will bring a sword upon you that shall avenge the quarrel of my covenant. And when ye are gathered together within your cities, I will send a pestilence among you, and ye shall be delivered into the hand of your friends. Oh, my bad. That don't say friend. Oops. That says enemy. Verse 26. And when I have broken the staff of your bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in one oven. Uh-oh. Is this a polygyny scripture? 10 women to 1 man? No, it is not a poly scripture. This is not a poly scripture, so don't let anybody try to use this on you. Okay? This is not a poly scripture. So it's right there. Look, everybody, the Bible says we're going to have 10 women. No. This is referring to what was called, well, it happened before, but, you know, during the siege of Jerusalem, I'll let the Most High finish what he's saying because I don't want to spoil it for you. But we were eating something that we usually wouldn't eat. Just put it like that. So this is not a verse that's talking about 10 women are going to come to us and then they all going to be feeding us and we all going to be. That sounds like something like it sounds like something a bad person will try to teach. That's not what this means. This means it's going to be all bad. There's going to be 10 people trying to gather bread and we ain't going to nobody be satisfied. This happened during the siege of Jerusalem, and it's going to happen again. It's prophesied. I know people think about the big bill and the taxes and all that's going to work out, but you got to remember this time prophesied also to where the price of bread is going to be very high. Shekels are going to be very low. The price. So even if we are coming to a time frame to where we're about to receive shekoyim, which I don't want nobody think about making bread on Shabbat, but even if we did come into that time frame and everybody was receiving shekels, we still got prophecy to be fulfilled to where oil, flour, corn, the price of it is going to shoot through the roof. So we got another time to look at to where there'll be people gathering together just to try to feed one person, and they won't be satisfied. But I will say this, after this Torah portion class, I do plan on doing a separate class. I do plan on doing a separate class and just kind of breaking more stuff down. But for now, for the sake of it, let's read the Torah. And when I have broken the staff of your bread, 10 women. That's because everybody's going to be working together, not like, I don't mean working together as a family. I mean, everybody's going to be scrounging to try to find food. So this is not a poly verse, okay? This is a poly reverse verse. It's kind of hard, poly reverse verse. 10 women shall take your bread in one oven, and they shall deliver it. They shall deliver you your bread again by weight, and ye shall eat and not be satisfied. And if ye will not follow this, hearken unto me, but walk contrary unto me, then I will walk contrary unto you also in fury. And even I will chastise you 7 times for your sin. Oh, he's still counting. Let me do the math on this. What is it? 5, 10, 15, 20. What is it? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know. All I know is that the Most High says, the more you go, the more I'm going to go. Who you think going to win first? Who you think going to be more tired? You or Yahweh? Verse 39. And ye shall eat the flesh of your sons, and the flesh of your daughters shall ye eat. I'm going to put a pin in this because there's a very horrifying story of when we ate our sons and our daughters, and that can actually be found in this book real quick. Eusebius Ecclesiastical Histories Online. Let's see if we can find this real quick. Ecclesiastical Histories, Eusebius Online. I'm about to say Insidious. Ain't nobody asking no movie Insidious. I said Eusebius. There we go. All right, so if everybody is watching, you should be able to check this out. You should be able to see online. And I'm hoping that we can find the correct page. Now, we actually own this book as a Mashwaka, as a family, as a community. And salute, man, salute to all the friends and families that help. Some families, some friends, they actually purchase library books for us. They purchase books in the form of alms. You know what I'm saying? And I greatly appreciate that. All right, so let's see if we get this to open up. I might be doing too much, trying to open too many windows. All right, hexameter, Deuteronomy 30, Joshua 5. I'm going to close some windows down, see what we can. Okay, that window is taking too long for me. All right, so to get back to it, that window is taking too long for me. I need to be able to stay in the spirit. So the reason why I wanted you all to go here, maybe something. The reason I wanted to go here is because it actually shows the time frame when we actually ate our own children, just like Scripture says. Deuteronomy chapter 28, the Most High said that the women will. He said that we would devour our own flesh, we would devour our children. So it really did happen, and the stories are told, and it's pretty disgusting. So I wanted to read it to you, but let's move forward. Leviticus chapter 26 and verse 29. Leviticus 26, 29. And ye shall eat the flesh of your sons, and the flesh of your daughters shall ye eat. All right, that also goes into abortion, but we were literally eating our sons and daughters. So destroy high places and cut down your images and cast your carcasses upon the carcasses of your idols, and my soul shall abhor you, and I will take your cities and bring your sanctuaries to nation, and I will not smell the savor of your sweet odors. Man, that's a man snapping. That's a man snapping on his lover. I ain't listen. I don't want nothing to do with you. I ain't doing nothing. Woo, cash you out. I look. You got to see this for how it is. This is the most beautiful betraying relationship. And in this example, Israelite men and women, you were the betrayer. Our grandfathers and grandmothers are the ones who hurt the Most High's feelings. Leviticus chapter 23, verse 26, verse 32. And I will bring the land into desolation. Our mother again, and your enemies which dwell therein shall be astonished at it. And I will scatter you amongst the heathen, and will draw out a sword after you, and your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. Desolate, and ye be your enemies' land, even then the land rest and enjoy her. Now, here's another problem. There's some Israelites who believe that the new moon dictates, the waxing crescent dictates when the Shabbat is. It's not true. It is the Shabbat. It is the Sabbath. Whatever you is the correct name. And that does not have to do after waxing crescent. Security and the weekly Sabbath Torah and the weekly Sabbath teaches as far as going off the moon. But every 6 days, the Most High commands us to work, and even He sanctified a day called Saturday, called the Shabbat. Saturday, as long as it lies desolate, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Sabbath. When you All right. All praise, Yahweh Hashem Mashiach Yahushua. So we're gonna get back to this. Tawada, greatly appreciate you, brother. Good king, man. Good brother, man. All right, so apologize for that. All right, so let's get back to Leviticus chapter 26, verse 37. And they shall fall on one another as if they were before a sword. And this is what we see today. Curses of the Hebrews, fighting, bickering, murdering each other, as if it were before a sword, when none pursueth. And ye shall have no power to stand before your enemies. They shall fall upon one another as if they were before a sword, when none pursueth. You can't tell me we're not the Israelites. This is domestic violence. What do you call it? Black on black crime. Only one nationality. But this is because of the breaking of the curses. Leviticus chapter 23, 26, verse 38. And ye shall perish among the heathen, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up. Welcome to Babylon. We are perishing among the heathens instead of being in our own land. And the land of our enemies shall eat us up. How? Because we go down to the grave in the place of our captives with bad food, bad everything, and then we get put in the grave in the land of our captives instead of being put in the grave in Jerusalem. And they that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity. Pine away, it just means you just kind of waste away. You just keep doing the same thing until you're dead. You 3, 4, 5 generations in the projects. You're not supposed to be. Somebody's got to break that curse. Somebody got to come out pining away in your iniquity. Certain things I'm not gonna die an alcoholic. That's just not for me. I'm not gonna pine away in that. I'm not gonna pine away in this or in that. It's enough things we all have issues with, but when you recognize something, I'm not saying I've witnessed that. I've witnessed women and men be alcoholics, and that's just something I thought of because it's pretty sad to see an old alcoholic man or an old alcoholic woman. You're pining away, sir. You're pining away, ma'am. You don't even recognize you're pining away. You don't even recognize it. It's another drink, my nigga. And they that are left of you shall pine away in their sin, iniquity, in your enemies' lands. And also the iniquities of their forefathers shall they pine away with them. If they shall confess their iniquity and the iniquity of their fathers with the trespass which they have trespassed against me, and that they also have walked contrary unto me, and that I also have walked contrary unto them, and have brought them into the land of their enemies. Let me read that again. And have brought them into the land of their enemies. This was not a free boat ride where we had chips and goodies. We didn't get cookies and snacks. You had men being hurt by other men of the other nation that was doing this abominable act, which I don't want to say. We'll just call it buck breaking to the men of Israel, and it shouldn't happen. So we walk contrary to Yahweh, and he walked contrary unto us. But he tells us to do something. He says, then accept of the punishment of their iniquity. Man, I got to accept my punishment. I don't even know what I was punished for. I'm still going through that part. I got people telling me things that they don't like about me, opposed to telling me what I did according to the Torah. But then I still got to accept of Yahweh's punishment. That's pretty dope because it teaches us. Yeah, it makes us bad. It makes you tougher if you can handle it, right? Cold game. So we want to learn, what all did the Father say? How did the Father tell us to behave? What all did the Father say? How did he tell us to behave? How can we fix the situation? How can we, as Joshua Alim, make it better? Leviticus chapter 26, verse 41. And that I also have walked contrary unto them and have brought them into the land of their enemies, if their uncircumcised hearts. So we learn about uncircumcised vegetables and fruits, uncircumcised fruit, I apologize, fields. All right, so what he says, if the uncircumcised hearts be humbled, and they then accept of the punishment of their iniquity, then I will remember my covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Isaac, and also my covenant with Abraham will I remember, and I will remember your mother. I will remember the land. And the land shall be left of them, and shall rejoice her Sabbaths while she lieth desolate without them. Ain't that ridiculous? Negroes is so slave-minded that we don't even want to rest on a Shabbat. You mean to tell me don't even want to rest on the Shabbati-wati? You don't want to rest on the Shabbabity-wabbity? So the Most High says, I'm going to force my land to rest. And the way I'm going to force my land to rest is to kick you out. That's crazy. He kicked us out so he can clean house. Kicked out the whole family so he can clean the house. I've been there, Mom. I've been kicked out. Mama kicked me out. She ain't kicked me out. She just didn't let me back in. I came home a little bit too late. I tried to open the door. My stuff was sitting right there. I was like, why my stuff outside? Somebody put my stuff outside. What happened? It was a misunderstanding. I went bike riding with my best friend Tamir. We stayed out all night riding bikes and having fun. And we didn't go nowhere. We rode to a far place and we came home. My mama, she didn't see I was there, but I just didn't want to wake her up. Me and Tamir wasn't sleepy. But when I got home, you know what I'm saying? So the Most High does these things. He does these things. And it's the same relationship with a husband and a wife as it is with a father and a child. The allegory is going back and forth between Yahweh treating us as a loving child and then treating us as a wife. Out there, right there, you just got to see, you got to get in where you fit in. What are you to him? I'm his child and I'm his bride. When you read, what do you see? Notice, though, his judgments are real. The land also shall be left of them, the Israelites, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths while she lieth desolate without them, the Israelites. And they, the Israelites, will accept the punishment of their iniquity, because even they, the Israelites, despise my judgments, and because their soul abhorred my statutes. Leviticus chapter 26, verse 44. And yet for all that, when they be in the land of their enemies, I will not cast them away, neither will I abhor them or destroy them utterly and break my covenant with them. See that? So the only reason we still preserve is because of his great and holy name. That's it. He says because of him, he hasn't done this to us. He won't break his covenant. He says, for I am Yahweh, their God. But I will, for their sakes, remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt in the sight of the heathen, that I might be their Elohim. I am Yahweh. I will, for their sakes, remember the covenant of their ancestors. So now I think to myself, what covenants did Yahweh make with my ancestors? You see that? That should cause our people to go back and look and research and study. Go and find out what your inheritance is. If you found out you was wealthy, but you had to learn the will, you had to go get the will, you had to read the will. Would you read it? You can't get the inheritance without understanding the will. But for their sakes will I remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt in the sight of the heathen. So here we go again. The Gentiles being round about, seeing the Israelites being delivered. The Israelites round about, being involved. That I might be their God. I am Yahweh. These are the statutes and the judgments and the laws which Yahweh made between him and the children of Israel in Mount Sinai by the hand of Moses. Kal Asherah, the body Yahweh, Naishah, Wanashemai, all that Yahweh has said, will we do and hear. Leviticus chapter 27, verse 1. Wow, that's good to hear that. It's good to hear that. We're only going to stop at verse 14 for this week's Torah portion, and that's just going to be the law portion. But remember, everybody, we're going to have a prophet portion and a gospel portion. So we're going to read the law portion. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back, read the prophet portion, come back, read the gospel portion. It's the Shabbat. That's how I choose to do the class. I ain't going to hold everybody. I just hope you all come back into the synagogue once we get started again. And be like, oh, I already did it. I already heard the law. We're like, nah, listen. Take a break. Some of y'all got to pee. Some of y'all got to boo-boo. Some of y'all might be hungry. It's called Madrash. I don't have a minister here with me. I don't want all the accolades. Stop it. I don't want all the accolades. Stop it. Because a lot of you aren't I don't want the accolades. If any man is to glory, let him glory in that he knows the word of Yahweh that we reference in the law of Yahweh. So let's finish Leviticus chapter 27. Let's stop at verse 14. Leviticus chapter 27. Now, these are laws for us as a nation, as a culture. We learned real estate laws. We learned laws of the land and the fields, the possessions. We learned the laws of buying and selling and dealing with each other, honestly. We learned the laws of, boom, you're my employee. I'm your employee. Matter of fact, I'm nothing. I'm nothing. I'm your servant. Every African American should know the Bible. It just blows my mind how much wisdom is in here, and it teaches us every time we read or listen to it how to be better. Leviticus chapter 27, verse 1. And Yahweh spake unto Moshe, saying, speaking to the Eladim of Yasharallah, Amar Kalal Eladim, Amar Ayal Eladim Yasharallah, say unto them, when a man shall make a singular vow, the persons shall be for Yahweh by the estimation. By the estimation, by thy estimation, shall be the male from 20 years old even unto 60 years old. Even thy estimation shall be 50 shekels of silver after shekel of the sanctuary. So this is now why we go to our handy dandy Judean Discovery Scrolls. We want to go to the Dead Sea Scrolls. Let's see if we can pull this up real quick. Now, again, why is this book so fire? Why is this book so important? Because this book gives us a glimpse. And somebody might say, oh, that's how the Essenes did things. In that book, that's how the Essenes did things. That's not a bad thing, you know. They were also Levites that knew his judgments. You know what? Let me see if I can pull this up online. I want to be able to pull this up online and read it to you. This book right here gives us the ages of advancement whenever we came. And we read this earlier. This gives us the ages of advancement whenever we came together as a family and as a nation to fight. Not only to fight, but to worship the Most High. And it also tells you about what the priests should do and say when the priests are giving prayers over everybody. It also tells you what age we're at, where we give our estimation. And then what do we do after we give our estimation? The book is amazing. And I'm so disappointed that I've seen so many elders skip it up. It's like they were scared to learn from it and do the next thing. I was like, I'm not. So I pulled that up because of verse 3. At thy estimation shall be the male from 20 years old, to where we see now you are considered a male. You're not a male, now you are considered a man. At the age of 19 on down, you are a baby. From 19 on down, you are not a man. You got a beard, you big, you got muscles, you handsome, but 19 on down, you're not a man. You almost there. As soon as 20 hit, booyah, you enlist in the army. You enlist in E37, Ezekiel 37. You enlist in the army. As soon as 20 hit, you enlist, you find your local elder of Mashra Yasha'Allah, and you go to Mao. You go to boot camp, men of war. You go to the boot camp. I don't know if they changed that. They might have changed that. I don't know. You call Mao. He was in it. We don't change things. Wham. Hey, well, because you ain't wham. Mao. I don't know. But contact your officers and elders, your local city gates, and get your young men in boot camp. Get your young men in some type of military training. All right, at the age of 20 on up. Now you're considered to be a male by estimation, a man by estimation. 20 years unto 60 years old, even the estimation should be the 50 shekels of silver, the shekel after the sanctuary. And if it be a female, then thy estimation shall be 30 shekels. And if it be from 5 years old, even to 20 years old, then thy estimation shall be of the male 20 shekels, and of the female 10 shekels. And if it be from a month old, even unto 5 years old, then thy estimation shall be of the male 5 shekels of silver, and of the female estimation shall be 3 shekels of silver. And if it be from 60 years old and above, if it be a male, then the estimation should be 15 shekels. And for the female, 10 shekels. But if he be poorer than thy estimation, I don't have 50 shekels. Hey, priest, I don't have 50 shekels. Then the priest shall present him before the priest, and the priest shall value him according to his ability. That vow shall the priest value him. And if it be a beast whereof men bring an offering unto Yahweh, all that any man giveth of such unto Yahweh shall be holy. So you're not going to bring that sacrifice, bring this one, but make sure it's a part of the ones that he accepts. He shall not alter it nor change it, a good for a bad for a good. If he shall at all change beast for beast, then it and the exchange thereof shall be holy. Verse 11. And if it be in any unclean beast of which they do not offer sacrifices to Yahweh, then he shall present the beast before the priest. And the priest shall value it, whether it be good or bad, as thou valueth it. Who art the priest, so shall it be. This is a beautiful statement. A lot of people who are, I'm not of the lineage of Levi as far as I know, but a lot of Levites, they really don't know how much authority they do know. Y'all do know. They do know. But there's so much more. Like, yeah, man, it's true. We're not living our land, and we have so much going on. But there's so much favor that the Most High gave Paban. The priest shall value it, whether it be good or bad, as thou valuest it, who art the priest, so shall it be. You name your price. But if he will at all redeem it, then he shall add the fifth part whereof. Verse 14. And when a man shall sanctify his house to be holy unto Yahweh, then the priest shall estimate it, whether it be good or bad as the priest shall estimate it, so shall it stand. Hallelujah. 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 Kudash, 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 holy, 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 Kudash, 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 holy, 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 Kudash, 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 holy, 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 land, water up and now, Yahweh, check out, shall be reading the word. But I thought what that is so beautiful because something that we see in it repetitively is the instructions that Yahweh taught us on how to behave. But the part of it is that we read it or sometimes we listen to it so much, it might not settle in. It might just kind of go over our heads. You really got to take it out, and then when you're done, you got to go and live it. Like, oh yeah, I heard that. You know, Yahweh meant that. You know, what can I do better? And if it's something that we've already passed, we may have missed our mark on it. We may have missed the situation or the opportunity to be able to do good. Don't worry, you'll get another chance. If you have a chance to be a steward, bring an Israelite into your house, then look at the rules. How are we supposed to be? If you have the opportunity to make a vineyard, you got the opportunity to do what? If you read it in the Torah, if you read it in the law, and then if you can see it, and he's like, yo, I got a chance to live this out. Live it out. That's why we say Kol HaSharad, the body Hoa Naisha, Wanashmai, all that how it said what we're doing here. All right, I'm gonna yield the floor. Do you have any questions, comments? Anybody want to add on to the word before we go to the next part? All right, I'm gonna pause the Nagayana real quick. Anybody want to bring it out? I yield the floor. Right, that's long enough for me. I don't like to wait long. I'll wait for a little bit, but if ain't nobody said nothing, I ain't about to be like, nah, Shalom is loud. All right, because usually whenever we feel like speaking, then it'll come up in the Ruach, it'll come up in the spirit. Even if you're just sitting there and you're like, oh, I don't want to speak yet, I'm just feeling it, you know what I'm saying? Then, it'll be next time. I heard the voice, I believe I heard the voice of one of the Torah twins on here. So if so, all praise Yahweh. I got to take a trip to Columbus. This would have been a perfect week to have my workbook with me. It's funny, man. Within the workbook, if you brothers want to use it, please do. I received that from, of course, Zaquan Parazah a while back. But there's a whole section in there that breaks down nothing but the Torah. It just breaks down the law. Hold on one second. So I'm gonna reach over here for a second. See if I can grab this. All right. So this is. Let me see if everybody can see this. This is the. Let me see. All right, there we go. So this is the book that I want to suggest. This is an exact copy of this. It's just this doesn't have the binder on it. All right, so if you go online and you purchase this version of the definitive English translation of Dead Sea Scrolls, what I'll be able to do is you can get whichever translation you want, but I know it because of the cover. All right, what I'll be able to do is I'll be able to walk through it with you on my teacher's book. And the reason why I said that is because there's so many palalium, there's so many prayers, there's so many structural setups, you know what I'm saying, as far as everything from the Sabbath to how we actually held camp. All right, some of the things that we're learning, we're polyparrot repeating that we've heard our elders and etc. of the such say. All right, but some of these things we have to be the ones to take it to the next level to actually say, oh wow, that's what that means. I'm going to take that and go with it. I'm going to take that and run with it. I'm going to take those prayers and start applying that part. All right. So yeah, I encourage you all. Let me pull this up. If you all can see this real quick, let me see. Let's get our Nagayana back. If you all can see this real quick, this is what's called the community scrolls. All right. The community scrolls are the documents that the Israelites carried everywhere we went. Everywhere we went. We and they were tucked away. They were hidden in a place called the Qumran Caves. And then after they was tucked away, they were later found. It's like, yo, you can't make this stuff up. Like, we really are those people. We really are those people. So this is the Qumran cave. That's what it says. Q stands for Qumran. Qumran is a location. I pray everybody can see this. All right. Now, if you're listening online, all right, I'll explain to you. We're just basically looking at the pages of the Qumran Cave Scrolls, which is also known as the Dead Sea Scrolls. All right. So we're not going to be pulling anything out of here. Just giving the people an easy, brief overview. All right. There's no better site than Qumran to correspond to Pliny's settlement between Jericho and Epidie. All right. So check this out. All right. So right here, where the Essenes of Qumran, it says the common opinion identifying or closely associating the Qumran, excuse me, that word escapes me at this time, with the Essenes is based on the principal considerations. There is no better site than Qumran to correspond with Pliny's. You see this? To correspond to this word right here, Pliny's settlement between Jericho and Egdei. This book right here is called Pliny. Pliny was a person, Pliny the Elder. Pliny exactly told us where Jericho, Jerusalem, and Mount Sinai is. Mount Sinai is in Arabia. Just like the land of Jericho, how this Gentile perfectly describes where the Israelites lived. So reading these contexts, reading these codexes, and actually taking time to say, hey, how does this benefit me and my family as a nation? What it'll do is it'll really take you to the next level, because if you see like, okay, well, this is great in the Bible, and the Bible really wakes me up. You have to go like just a step further and see, well, what did the elders also say that were around at the time? All right, so I'm gonna take this link and I'm gonna copy it and give it to everybody in the group if you want to. I'm pretty sure you got your own genius ways of studying. Pretty simple. So I'll try to keep it simple. All right, so I'm gonna share this in here, and here's the link right here. See it. There's the link right there. And we're gonna share it. So if anybody would like to click on it, there you have it. All right. Now, of course, I suggest always, if you can get the book, it's nothing like having the paper. Nothing like having the paper. So if you can get the book. All right, so let's go ahead and finish this up. This week's Torah portion, we're going to finish with Jeremiah. Jeremiah, please say the Yah. Jeremiah, please say the Yah. We're going to finish up with Jeremiah. And we're going to read chapter 16, verse 19 through chapter 17, verse 14. So it's very short. So Jeremiah, the prophet Jeremiah's portion is super buku short. All right, but the law portion that we just read, of course, it was kind of lengthy. All praise the Most High. Which is why we really want you men to participate and do this, because reading the Torah, it's a work. So imagine doing this for years. It's not all our elders that did this before us. We're just babies trying to encourage others. But if you look at it, the book of Jeremiah, let me pull it up real quick. All right, hopefully you all can see that. All right, so this is what we're going to read next. All right, Jeremiah, and it's short. It's super short. All right, we're going to start at chapter 19. I'm going to stop at chapter 17, verse 14. And let's see, here's your assignment, everybody. Here's your assignment. Let's see if you can pull something out of the scriptures that you previously just heard. Is there anything in the scriptures that you just heard that when you read it, it stands out to you for the rest of the Torah portion? Is there any dots that connect? Let's see. Jeremiah chapter 19, verse 9. Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 19. O Yahweh, my strength and my fortress and my refuge in the day of affliction, the Gentiles shall come unto me from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity and things wherein there is no profit. Shall a man make gods unto himself that are no gods? Therefore, behold, I will this once cause them to know. I will cause them to know mine hand and my might, and they shall know that my name is Yahweh. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. We're going to go to the next chapter, but real quick, it don't say my name is Ahiah. I just had to do that real quick because I'm me. So therefore, when I read this, and I read this in Hebrew, and he says, my name is, I want to see right there, does that pronounce the word Ahiah? It does not. That is not a alap. That's not a hey. All right. That's not a yod, and that's not a, no, that's Yahweh. Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh on everything. Would you like to read it in Hebrew? I had to do that because them all higher brothers, them sisters and brothers, you know, I mean, I love them, but it's just the same thing with me. It's the same thing with OT only. How you OT only? You don't see Yahweh Shai in the Old Testament, maybe because you haven't been shown. How you always saying Ahiah, but you don't see that he says his name is Yahweh, maybe because you never been shown. Everybody that's rocking on team Yahweh, make sure you got Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 21 memorized. All right. That was literally all I was going to do on that. Literally all I was going to do on that. Does anybody have any questions, comments, or statements on Jeremiah chapter 16 they want to bring out? Anybody want to add to? All right, let's keep this momentum going. We're going to stop at verse 14, Jeremiah chapter 17. The sin of Judah. This is a cold one, man. This one actually hurt. This one hurt me, man. A lot of these hurt me. I ain't it ain't even about me being hurt or whatever. That stuff don't matter. This is a cold verse. This is a cold verse, man. All right. The sin of Judah is written with a pen of iron. A pen of iron and with the point of a diamond. Now, the problem with that is a iron pen, pretty much, I'm pretty sure, you know, heavy. I don't know, a pen of iron, maybe uncomfortable. A pen of iron, you know, who writes with an iron pen is the point. Who writes with an iron pen? But then here go the other thing. It's not just an iron pen. It's an iron pen with a diamond tip. That's the issue. The Most High says, as we know, diamond is one of the sharpest. It's not the. It's not the. My bad. I gotta pause that song. I don't. I'm actually not with that. I'm trying to not go in on them because I don't want to say that. I think them $5. I'm gonna say it. I think them $5 Indians that was singing that song. I don't think them was real so-called North American Indian Gadites. I think them was $5. So we're just gonna skip up on them for right now. All right. So yeah, let's get back to it. So diamond being one of the, you know, strong, but it's not the strongest, because guess what? There's stones that can engrave on diamonds. So diamonds aren't the strongest. But to think about the Most High saying, the sin of Judah is written with a pen of iron, with the point of a diamond. It is engraven upon the table of their heart. That's crazy. That's crazy. Our people have been sinning and backsliding, breaking the Most High's heart so much that it's embedded in us. The sin of Judah, the sin of Judah is written with a pen of iron and a point of a diamond. It is engraven upon the table of their heart and upon the horns of your altars. I don't know what the horns of my altar is. Don't try to explain it to me. Because if you try to explain it to me, I'm more than likely going to be like, I appreciate you, but I know it's something else. The table of our heart, that's a spiritual internal thing. What's the horn of our altars? I know, y'all. The altar and the altar has the horns on it, but how do I get the sin of Judah removed off of me? How do I get the sin that's been written with an iron pen and a diamond tip? How do I get that washed off, wiped away? If I recognize it's there, that must mean it's something I can do about it. I don't want to just acknowledge it and lay down and die. Maybe if I find out his eye shall be evil towards the wife of his bosom and toward the remnant of his children, which he shall leave. Maybe if I find out that curse, Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 54, maybe I can do the opposite and I can try to not have an evil eye. But I can't be walking around with the gentle eyes all the time. Hi, everybody. My eyes are gentle. I can't do that all the time. It hurts my eyes to think so. I can't do that. So maybe I just need to change my deceitful heart. Maybe if the sin of Judah is graven with an iron pen and a diamond tip and it's written on a tablet in my heart, maybe my heart is the problem. Verse 7. Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 1. The sins of Judah is written with a pen of iron and a point of diamond. It is engraven upon the tablet of their heart and upon the horns of your altars, whilst their children remembered their altars and their groves by the green trees upon the high hills. O my mountain in the field, I will give thy substance to all thy treasuries to the spoil. Substance of all thy treasuries to the spoil, and thy high places for sin throughout all thy borders. And thou, even thyself, shall discontinue from thine heritage that I give thee, and I will cause thee to serve thy enemies in a land which thou knowest not, where ye have kindled a fire in my anger, which have burned forever. We didn't know nothing about Cincinnati. I like Cincinnati. It's dope. I think it's super cool. I didn't know nothing about Columbus. I know about Kentucky. I know about South Carolina, North Carolina, Alabama, Memphis. I know about, all these different, I know about these, but we were brought over into captivity. You Negroes are the descendants of the slave trade that disobeyed God. That's the whole point. If you want the Torah portion is this right here. Negroes is rebellious and wicked. The Most High God wants to deliver you, but you don't know how to be fair to each other. You don't play fair. You're rude. You're unjust. As a nation, we are. And as individuals, these issues can be pruned out of us. As an individual, you can work for your life. You can pray for your nation. Maybe find 2 or 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 different individuals that agree with you. And now you have a whole camp of Israelites working together to hopefully break these curses, which only the Most High will take off of us. But when I say hopefully break, we can do the opposite of what our forefathers did. Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 4, and thou, even thyself, shall discontinue from thine heritage that I give thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not. We didn't know America. For ye have kindled a fire in my anger, which shall burn forever. Thus saith Yahweh, cursed be the man that trusteth in a man, and maketh flesh his arm, and whose heart departed from Yahweh. For he shall be like the heat in the desert. I had trouble with that. I want to say so many different words. He shall be like the heat in the desert, and shall not see when good cometh, but shall inhabit the parched places in the wilderness, in the salt land, and not be inhabited. Blessed is the man that trusteth in Yahweh, whose hope Yahweh is. Everybody, it still doesn't say Ahia. No, it wasn't changed. Blessed the man that trusteth in Yahweh and whose hope Yahweh is. Let's see if that's what it says. We should be able to see the tetragrammaton, so-called tetragrammaton. All right. Barawak ka. All right, here we go. Well, yeah, yep, Yahweh. Yep. It don't say Ahia. That's the word, the name Yahweh. So all of these little nuances matter. Jeremiah chapter 16, Jeremiah chapter 17. We got Yahweh's name in all capitals all through here. Blessed is the man that trusteth in Yahweh and whose hope Yahweh is. For he shall be as a tree planted by the waters, and that spreadeth out her roots by the river, and shall not see the heat coming, but her leaf shall be green, and shall not be careful in the day of drought, neither shall cease from yielding fruit. The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? I, Yahweh, searcheth the heart. I try the reins, even to give every man according to his ways and according to the ways of his doings. As a partridge sitteth on eggs and hatches them not, so he that getteth riches and not by right shall leave them in the midst of his days, and at his end shall be a fool. A glorious high throne from the beginning is the place of our sanctuary. O Yahweh, the hope of Yasha Allah, all that forsake thee shall be ashamed, and they that depart from me shall be written in the earth, because they have forsaken Yahweh, the fountain of living waters. Verse 14, help me, Yahweh, and I shall be healed. Save me, and I shall be saved, for thou art my praise. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Ba'asham Hamashayach Yahweh Shalom. Any questions, comments, statements, anything anybody want to bring out before we go forward, Baba Kushra? Anything anybody want to bring out? This last Torah portion is fire. Anything anybody want to bring out? So I'll tell you right now, when we're looking at the year of Jubilee, we're looking at redemption, we're looking at being set free, we're looking at being made free, we're looking at the firstborn son, we're looking at the sons, we're looking at Yahweh Shai. All of it fits together. We will be freed, we will be saved. Help me, and we will be helped. Let's go to this week's Torah portion from the beginning. There's one that was born. There was one that was born, and that one is Yahweh Shai HaMashiach. He was there from the very beginning. He's there right now. You know what I'm saying? Now, forever, all that. Let me share this word with you real quick. This word is called hexameter. I know this seems random, but it's not. Hexameter is a pattern. Hexameter is bars. Hexameter is a word that you should learn because this is how the Torah was taught to us. The Torah was taught to us in hexameter. If you can do any singing, if you can do any, just a pattern. Every time you do a phrase, think of another word to say. Whenever I want to go and get mayonnaise, put it on my sandwich anyways. I don't know. Hebrews don't eat mayonnaise, but I do. Anyway, point of saying is hexameter is bars or it's beats. It's a rhythm. It's a pattern. And even if it says something like it's a Greek or it's a this or it's that, hexameter was around before Greeks. Antiquities of the Jews, which the word antiquity means ancient. And antique is an antiquity. Antiquities of the Jews, written by Flavius Josephus. Now these Hebrews, having escaped the danger they were in after this manner, and besides that, seeing their enemies punished in such a way as never recorded of any other man whomsoever, were all that night employed in singing and hymns and mirth. Why do I have to do this alone? You know how stupid it is to try to gather by yourself? We're supposed to be together as a family. You got a group of people that don't want to be together, but they all want to be a part of something. You're individualites. You're separatists. And the way that you keep yourself by yourself proves that you only for show. Because if you really wanted to be about this walk, you would do what you can to bring everybody together. It sucks. I grew up having cousins and friends and families and everybody around each other. And then when they're done with you, they discard you, and then you by yourself, and then you're still told to be a part of something. Welcome back. Yasha Allah, we're supposed to be up all night. At this time, we were rejoicing. Employed. That was our job. Singing and hymns, having fun. And mirth. You know what mirth is? Mirth is happiness. Moses also composed a song. Did you know that Moses composed a song? Do you know what it means to compose a song? Moses was the first rapper in Yasharallah that I know. I mean, maybe the elders, maybe you find some other scrolls to where it's and Abraham put it down like the, well, we know Abraham, but we have a document that Masha also composed a song to Allahaya containing his praises and thanksgiving and kindness in hexameter verse. Music makes sense to me. And if you're a Caribbean, all you gotta do is add an extra and then you got every Benjamite beat. All you gotta do is which day is the Sabbath day? The Sabbath day is Saturday. You can't tell me. That's why I had to switch the other song. The other song, it was some $5 Indians. They were trying to sing like that, but they wasn't. They ain't got the soul. The point of saying such is to say, learn what hexameter is. And then once you learn what hexameter is, you find out that Masha, that the prophets before, that they read the word of the Most High to us in beat and melody and hexameter. So we sing our prayers for a reason. Some of this stuff be commercialized though. Like some of the stuff, they're like, hey, you got a great sound. We're going to make you into the most famous Indian there. And them be the sellout. Them be the $5 Indians. Them be the sellouts, man. Yeah, them be the sellouts. You can always tell theirs because theirs don't sound like theirs sound like Elvis Presley. Like theirs sound like Elvis Presley, like somebody's trying too hard. So anyway, let's get back to this real quick. All right, let's finish this up. So hexameter, bars, verses, imnam, maharka, all man, bars, man, bars. All right. Let's get back to this. So we're in the book of Luke, chapter No, yeah, Luke chapter 14. Luke chapter 14. So I have it on 4. We're going to go to 14. Luke chapter 14. Luke chapter 14, we're going to start at verse 22. And we're going to read through chapter 14, chapter 4. Oh my goodness. Luke chapter 4, verse 4 through verse 22. My bad. My mind's playing tricks on me. It's the number game. All right. So let's fix this again. All right. All right. Luke chapter 4, KJV, Blue Letter Bible. All right. Let's get it popping. Let's finish this up. So Luke chapter 4, we're going to start at verse 14. And I'm going to eat me a bowl of cereal soon because I'm ready to eat now. My stomach is starting to get my attention. But I can go a little bit longer without eating. All right. So Luke chapter 4, verse 14. And we'll see what Hamashiach says. And Yahushua returned in power of spirit unto Galilee. And there went out a fame of him through all the region round about. And he taught in their synagogue, being glorified of all. What does that mean? Yahushua went into the synagogue. The synagogue was only open on the Sabbath day. Not only on the Shabbat day, but the synagogue was open on the Shabbat day. Right now, you're in a synagogue. Right now, we're in a synagogue. Where two or more gathered, there he is in the midst. So as you hear the word of Yahweh, as you submit your heart, as you walk past, you just stop. And you're like, I want to be a part of what they're doing. Well, guess what? You officially made it to church. You made it to church. Congratulations. So Yahushua Hamashiach, he went to the synagogue every Sabbath day. And then after Yahushua died, we kept the first day of the week along with the Sabbath. Because after the Sabbath, we came together on so-called Sunday, the day that he was risen. And we were like, yo, we still can't believe this. Yo, it's mass power. Yo, we meeting Saturdays and Sundays, I guess, now. So don't mock and ridicule our parents for the first day of the week, so-called Sunday. They're doing it for a good cause. Yahushua gave his life, was resurrected. There was a woman that was at the sepulchre on the first day of the week. First. So we kept the first day as also the Shabbat, right, which is a fair teacher. Be a fair teacher. Oh, it's not be fair. Teach the people everything. We kept the first. We kept Sunday too. And he's on the synagogue. So he's on Shabbat. On the synagogue, verse 16. So verse 16. And he came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up. And as his custom was, he went to the synagogue on the Shabbat day and stood up to read. I apologize. Salaklia. Not bad, I'm off. And he stood up to read. And there was delivered unto him the book of the prophet Isaiah. And when he had opened the book, he had found a place where it was written, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he hath anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captives, and recovering of the sight to the blind, to set at liberty them that are bruised, to preach the acceptable year of the Lord. And he closed the book, against the minister, and sat down. And the eyes of all that were in the synagogue were fastened on him. What's happening? The internet, we still it was like the eyeball show like the whole thing just cut and they're staring at the screen. That was the perfect setup. All right. So call hello like how shy